presentation. Mine is actually comment about incorporating data science in our curriculum. Very important if we are to compete in this AI world. I have a feeling not only with computing students, but also other courses like we've had IT courses cutting across in other social sciences and business courses. Then you talked about having a data warehouse for research data. And actually it triggered me, and I'm seeing a potential PhD topic, a framework for warehousing research data in maybe developing countries. And if somebody took it up, maybe you can be one of the supervisors.
I would be happy, by the way.
I feel this is quite innovative because people want this data, they want to use it in their research, but they don't have where to get this data. Thank you so much.
I am Vivian. Thank you very much, Dr. Fabian. And my concern is there is something that you mentioned that sometimes you have to use foreign examples simply because you don't find Ugandan example. That's where my point of concern is. Africa, we are a bit, not a bit, we are behind. And we are always on the following trajectory. And looking at those people who are far ahead of us, somewhere they are facing challenges about incorporating AI in class. Now we are already behind. We are taking from them because we are followers. I'm wondering, actually some of us are even still skeptical about using it. We are not to that level of understanding it that well. This habit of us follow every now and then, first, it's a personal feeling. I feel like it is not doing us well because we are always following. Is there a possibility that we can have, is there a possibility of having brains doing, coming up and doing something that is African-based, because it is our environment, it is our story, it is our brains, and they are totally different environments. The way we do our things is way different from the way they do their things. So I feel like, is there a possibility of us coming up with something that relates with our environment in our setting, rather than being always the followers? If we want to incorporate it in class, can we do it our way, using our sources rather than doing it their way and taking references from them? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vivian. You are as angry as I am. We can't keep following. We must come to a point of asking the question, what does it take for us to be in charge? Because we are not in charge. So what does it take? And we are not in charge because we don't ask the deep questions about technology. We are at the user end most of the time, rather than at the development end. So here is my response to this university. One, you can put together a team, a multidisciplinary team, involving ICT people, business people, social science people, education people. Out of that team, invest in a lab, data AI lab. Use that team in relevant research that enables you. What's your objective? You want to be in the ownership. You want to be in the path of developing AI technologies. And it is true. Some of the things you may do have already been done. But that's not your objective is not to say because they have been done elsewhere, I don't want to do them. Your objective is to say, because they have been done elsewhere, I want to understand how they have been done so that I can do what Vivian is saying. Once I understand what they have been, how they have been done, I can then bring a local context and begin to build appropriate, relevant technologies. So we can start. We can. And I'm as angry as you are because, one, when we started software development, other people were building software for us. We were just teaching classroom, and we were not. That almost passed us. I think it did. Because if you move around in the economy, the software that people are using for business is foreign. They either download it or they buy it. Most of the software that's driving our government procedures and processes in the Ministry of Finance is foreign. But we have people who can build large ERPs. So we can do it if we determine to do it. Put together a team, find some money, and begin to build local technology, local models, and use them. We've succeeded in public universities to get now an ERP, which does all processes for any university. But it took our interest to say, let us build it. There were softwares that could do the things. They're still there. But we said, no, let us build one of our own. So if you can do it, you can do it. Start, put up a team, start thinking around issues of AI and how you can integrate them in teaching and learning. Experiment, incorporate your experimentation in your development, and you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for Professor Fabian. Thank you very much. In the interest of we are going to move on to the next presenter. That is going to be for our break for around 15 minutes, but we shall try to manage time.
Thank you, Professor Nabgo. Most of us have asked the answer to the question. We came here for AI, but Professor emphasized the data and statistics. Why? Later on, you notice that AI cannot exist without data and statistical methods and modeling and the process of transforming data to information. So that's why we are emphasizing data and the statistical modeling, because that's the foundation of AI. AI cannot exist by us, that foundation. So the main moderator, facilitator for today is Professor Ronald December. Is online somewhere in Oman. I think they are 1 hour ahead of us. So over to you, Professor Wisomba. Please have your laptops ready. It won't be an interrupted session.
Good afternoon to you. I don't know if my window is shared. Have I shared my window? Yes.
Yes, we can see your window.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Ronald Wesonga is my name. A statistician. I have very close relationship with the Subi. Subi, in about 1995. Now, in 1995 is when I finished and graduated with my first degree from Makerere University. And at that time, there was this urge of coming up with the computers as a subject in secondary schools. And so I was invited to set up, I think it was among the first schools in Uganda to have internet, that is SMAC, St. Mary's College, Kisubi. And it's none other than myself who set it up. So I'm proud about that, and I still proceed and with the technology. I'm also a founding director of the East African Statistics Institute, a co-founder with the Prof. Fabian Nabugomu, who has just been presenting. Usually I like to present after him because he usually discusses the entire topic. So I'm very happy about the background that he has given so far pertaining this topic about artificial intelligence. So for me, I'll move on to talk about responsible artificial intelligence and specifically look at the foundations and data ethics. Like Dr. Bosa said, I'm based here in the Middle East at Sultan Qaboos University. Now in Sultan Qaboos University, still going on to set up, I actually came here to set up a statistics department, which I did successfully. And after doing so, they're like, you have to teach. It's like a SMART did ask me to, after setting up the computer lab, they also asked me to sensitize the teachers. So even here at the university, Sultan Qaboos University, after setting up the Department of Statistics, so they asked me to remain and also teach. So that is why I'm here. I'm glad that you are all participating in this very important discussion. Like Prof. Nabgom said, the East African Statistics Institute has courses. So After exciting ourselves about this discussion, we will encourage you maybe to enroll for some of those short courses at the East African Statistics Institute. Now, that said, my presentation is going to focus on an introduction. In the introduction, we shall look at the definition of AI and its relationship with statistics. Then we'll quickly talk about some historical development, and then proceed with the core concepts, applications in academia, ethical considerations, and then conclude. Can I request someone to put off the mic? So, because I'm receiving an echo. Please mute your mic.
This thing is
Okay, that's better. I hope my screen is still visible to you.
Doctor, your screen is not visible, and it is the previous voice that is still on. So,
Okay. My screen is not visible. Okay. Let me see. Is it visible now?
not yet, Doctor.
Not yet, okay.
Doctor, it had come on.
Yeah, just so it's visible now.
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, fine. So let's move on to the definition of AI. Because for us to understand AI, we have to know how to define it. According to literature, AI refers to the simulation of human intelligence in machines that can perform tasks requiring cognitive functions such as learning, reasoning, and problem solving. Now, this one is not my definition. What is my definition now? My definition relates to Prof. Fab's idea, which to me, artificial intelligence is data plus the statistical model plus the codes plus technology, which of course gives us insights. And to me, that is what I define as artificial intelligence. But however, the two are related because they refer to how you simulate data. And what are you trying to simulate? You are simulating human intelligence in machines so that they can perform tasks which require cognitive functions such as learning, reasoning, and problem statement. But again, how do you simulate human intelligence? Now, there's the aspect of what they call large, the LLM,
Yes.
you know, which are of course also based on data. So still, the size of the data is the one which is now helping us to simulate and to simulate the human intelligence, and that is what we call here artificial intelligence. Now, related to artificial intelligence are things like statistical learning. Now, statistical learning, according to Hastie, in his book, is data-driven methods that apply statistical principles for prediction and inference. To predict, you need a model. And to make inference, you need a sample, which is the representative of the population, so that you can draw inference about that population. So the two combined are major aspects of human life, and together they belong to the data, of course, data-driven methods, and they come from statistical learning. On the other hand, we have machine learning. Now, machine learning happens to be simply algorithms that allow computers to learn from data and improve over time. But the basis of this machine learning is the first one above, which is statistics, which are the methods. So the methods, when you integrate the algorithms, that together forms a speedy understanding or simulation of human intelligence. Now, relatedly, we have deep learning, which is simply a specialized subset of machine learning, simply using multi-layer neural networks, or what we call ANN, the artificial neural networks, for complex pattern recognition. Then, relatedly, we have what we call natural language processing. Now, these are artificial intelligence-driven techniques for language understanding, for generation and communication. Now, we can see that what is common among all these aspects or disciplines is data and models. Okay, whether it is on small scale or a large scale, that we call large language models or small language models. However, the key foundation here is the statistics provides rigor and inference, and the AI or machine language brings in scalability and automation. Now, scalability is where you use a model and then you can scale it over to adapt to other situations. Okay. So I've tried to put certain citations just in case someone wants to get more details about these definitions. Okay. Visually, we see that we can condense the definitions of AI in this kind of structure, which makes it a little more complete. We have artificial intelligence, of course, which aims at human-like learning, reasoning, and problem solving. We have statistical learning, which is focused on inference and prediction foundations, models. And then we have machine learning, helping in learning patterns from data using algorithms. And we have deep learning, which is a subset of machine learning, looking at multiplayer neural networks. And then the natural language processing, looking at the language tasks. So we see that AI actually encompasses machine learning and also deep learning, whereas statistical learning underpins the rigorous inference and prediction. Okay, so this creates some kind of complementarity, so that if you are talking about AI, then you need to bring in these other aspects clearly. Okay. Without going too far, I would like us to do a quick activity, just trying to assess prior knowledge. You are going to answer a few questions, a few structured questions, objective questions, true or false. So what you are going to do for me is to scan this QR code, which will take you to a certain short quiz that will take about, I think, 3 minutes or 4 minutes. So please, using your phone, you can capture this questionnaire. Just let me enlarge it a bit. You can use your phone just to access this questionnaire, scan and fill in. I think it takes about 4 minutes to complete. Please.
Through the chair, I've also attached a link in the chat. If you cannot scan this QR code for some reason, you can follow the link in the chat.
Thank you. Let me know if you are getting any challenge in accessing it.
Personally, I'm getting challenges.
Can you use the one in the one that they've shared, some link in the chat?
Let me check.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Two more minutes. Hope everyone is done. Can we proceed? Okay. Let me guess that you've all completed. Can we go over it together? Yeah. Okay. I think the first question we have there is they are all true, false questions. Okay. The first one is that AI can think and reason exactly like humans. Is that true?
Not true.
Why do you say it's not true?
It is a product of someone's ingenuity and contribution with the data that somehow makes it somehow automated, but it's no original thinking. It's the addition of combination of people's efforts.
Exactly. So the answer is false because AI simulates aspects of intelligence. It simulates aspects of intelligence, but lacks consciousness or human-like reasoning. Juma, what is the second question? Can you read it for us?
Okay. The second question is AI systems need data to learn. With or rather without data they cannot improve. True or false? AI systems need data to learn. Without data they cannot improve. True or false?
Thank you. Can someone give us the answer? A quick one. Of course, related to Prof. Nabgom's presentation, without data, they cannot improve. So the answer is true, because machine learning and statistical learning are fundamentally data-driven. Juma, the third question. Take us through quickly.
Okay, the third question is AI is always objective and unbiased. True or false?
Can someone give us a response? What's the right answer to that? Someone there. Yeah,
It's false.
it's false. Why? Why do you think it's false?
It is biased towards its nature of setting.
Very good. AI is based on training data. So when training data has the issues or biases, AI will reflect those biases automatically. So that's why the response here is false. Can we move on to the next question, the fourth one, quickly, Juma?
The fourth one, AI
Yes.
can recognize patterns in images, speech, and text. True or false?
An answer from the participants? Yes. Someone there?
I think it is true because AI operates on those parameters, recognizing the relating what is being fed into it with what it has. So it has that way of recognizing patterns and what is fed into it, which operates on it depending on what it has.
Very good. Actually, pattern recognition is one of AI's core strengths. For example, in deep learning, so AI definitely can recognize patterns in images, speech, and text very easily. Okay. Next, question 5.
Question 5. AI can predict the future with certainty. True or false?
Someone there in the audience, please. Yes. There is a very brilliant participant who is always answering. Yeah? Now, certainty is the issue here. It can't predict the future, but certainty is the issue. So that makes it false because AI produces probabilistic predictions, which is always based on past data. And of course, that does not guarantee the outcomes. So meaning that AI cannot predict the future with certainty. Okay. Question 6.
Question 6. AI can support teaching and research by automating tasks and enhancing analysis. True or false?
Someone in the audience, please. Yes. You can open your mic and tell us.
True.
True. Why do you think it's true?
The reason is that it's as it simulates somebody's learning and so on. This person here gets more knowledge and then can expound on what it has given.
Okay, great. Of course, in terms of teaching, you know the tasks of a teacher, like set exams. You can use AI to set exams, like grade the exam scripts. AI can help in grading. In terms of research, like you want to do statistical data analysis, on maybe big data, it can do for you. So it's true, therefore, that AI supports teaching and research by automating tasks and enhancing analysis. Very good, thank you. Question number seven.
Yes, AI can work without human supervision or ethical oversight. True or false?
Please open your mic.
Hello,
Yes.
my name is Wambete Ivan, and personally, I think AI needs data for it to be able to work as has been shared before. So my take on this would be that it is a minute. It is false in that it needs data, so it's false. It's what I would think.
Yeah, I think you're right. Human oversight is critical to ensure responsible, fair, and safe deployment of AI. So AI cannot work without human supervision or ethical oversight. Yeah. We are about to finish. So the 8th question.
Yes, question number 8. AI models can generalize beyond the data they are trained on. True or false? Or partly true?
This one has 3 options. True, false, or partly true. Open your mic, please.
Yes, this one, my opinion would be it's partly true because, as shared before, because AI uses previous data. So if it's used to predict, partly true, it can be able to do what to predict, because if it's given some information, some models, if it's given some data and some models are derived from it, then it means it can use that data to predict some information, though it cannot entirely predict everything if it doesn't have the data that is given to it. So I would take the third option of partly true.
Okay, in statistics, there's what we call distribution. So AI models can generalize within the distribution, but will often fail on an out of distribution data. So when the data is out of the distribution, the AI models will definitely fail. So that's why partly true is the correct option here. Question 9.
Question 9. AI will inevitably replace all human jobs. True or false?
Now that's question 10, right?
Yeah, sorry, that's question 10. The question 9 is AI can create new content such as text, images, or music. True or false?
Yes. Someone there, please. Now there is an aspect called generative AI. Now generative AI, you know, I know that most of you have used like ChatGPT to search or get information. And you've been surprised by the fact that after using it, and then you ask the next question, it just synthesizes what the information it has given you before, and then we ensure that what it produces is related to the response that was provided before. Now that is the power of generative. You know, the generative AI can actually create new content which is related to the previous one. And therefore, it's true that generative AI can produce synthetic but realistic outputs. So it's also true, therefore, that AI can create new content such as text, such as images, such as music. It can all be created using AI. And finally, I think he read it already, AI will inevitably replace all human jobs, including university lecturers, because if the tool can do the teaching and the research, then probably it can replace. So what is the answer here? What do you think?
The answer I would think is false, because probably what it could be able to do would be to change the way things are done, maybe transform how things are being done, rather than replacing. Because if it's human beings actually giving it the tasks it's doing, maybe if there's something which has been done, let me try to say, like, it's someone's repetitive tasks, it can be able to make such repetitive tasks by automating them. But when it comes to replacing, that may not be possible. Probably it can just transform the tasks, but then not entirely replacing the role that human beings play. So I think it's a false in that case.
Yeah. Okay. Any other response?
Yes.
Yes. Over to you.
You will find out that some jobs require human reasoning. Take an instance in schools. You cannot automate everything. There are cases where you need to look at the conditions pertaining the institution and then make a judgment. Yet AI, you need to feed it with information. Thank you.
Great. So replacement of all human jobs is not possible, because then if you replace all human jobs, then it means that the AI is also replacing itself in a way. So it will cease to exist. Okay. Thank you so much for that chat with me. We can now move on. So what can AI do? AI can do a lot of things, but it can also not do some things. And others, it just partly does. AI can learn from data. So it means that the quality of data should be very good for you to have good models, AI models. AI can recognize patterns easily. AI can automate tasks. You know, if you are like a librarian, it can study the tasks that you do on a daily basis and then automate the system. So different organizations these days have turned into automation, you know, like gets things done and through automation. So instead of having a human being to do a certain subtask, the entire task is automated, and then work goes on, and AI can do that. AI can also generate content. For example, you can ask a student to write a proposal. Now that student can use AI to generate the content for the proposal. So it can write for you a whole proposal, or can answer a certain exam question. Yeah, so AI can do that. AI can support teaching and research. A teacher goes through several things, and research is also a process. Right from planning to documentation. There are so many things that are done there. So because the things are clear, the tasks are clear, AI can support teaching and research. However, AI cannot think like humans. It can be unbiased. It can be biased actually by default. It cannot be unbiased by default, so meaning that there's a bias. And how does the bias come in? It comes in from the data that it was trained on, because its strength is in the quality of the data it is trained on. AI cannot predict the future with certainty, and AI cannot replace all jobs, and AI cannot work without oversight of the human being. So sometimes AI can generalize to
Also, the
new
other thing is
data.
he's using a PDF,
I
so
think
he
this is
cannot go to
a problem with us,
presentation
like
mode.
you were discussing after Fab's presentation, because we tend to rely more on the models of
Okay.
other probably in most cases developed countries. We adapt the models the way they are, but that adaptation of such models is tricky, because we are adapting the models which were trained on different data, so they may not serve the purpose with us. So meaning that although sometimes it can generalize to new data, but it's fragile because it may not completely bring up the situation that we have. So this calls us to develop our own AI tools and train them using our own data, locally made or locally generated. Okay. Sometimes it can assist in decision making, but the human being needs to be somewhere in the loop. Otherwise, you cannot leave it completely to AI to do the decision making. Okay. So so that's about AI, what it can and what it cannot do. Okay. Now let's look at because for us to understand this animal called AI, we need to do. Yes, please.
Before, through the chair, there is a communication for break, I think around this time. So I think maybe we can be preparing for that, and then we can resume shortly after that.
Okay. Okay, fine. So, yes. Yes. So we can look at the historical development of AI, and then have a break, right? And how long is the break? Okay, so so the consensus is we have a break now, right?
For
Yes,
how long?
the break is for 30 minutes.
30 minutes, okay. So that means we come back at That is what it yeah, 12 to 15.
Yes, 12, 15.
12, 15. Okay, fine. I think a break is healthy for us. So can we reconverge in 30 minutes time? That is 12, 15 exactly. We shall be resuming, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. You're saying which?
Ndaba kuzoa gol school. Kama mjamsho na kichwa.
Hata hanyuma nje class naza online. Yani nsoma online.
Tangu takwa.
Simba ndiba. Hata na webuza.
Mchunje ndo ine earphone.
But I didn't. Not as strong. I haven't gotten the medication. Hmm? That one will not work. Let's first do a medication. We'll do the gas. The gas is there. Full. You refilled. Are you sure? We don't see you refilling anyway. It's a good shutdown anytime. Yeah, but just not for now. We have some other important things to handle. First have to treat you. First have to refill our gas. We have water to refill. We look at all those important things. We have to be serious now. Isn't it? Hmm? What's first? Shall buy for you ice cream next week. Because for me, I've already done the mathematics. If we refill our gas, we refill our water, we take it for treatment, there will be no money for ice cream.
But who I'm still doing the gas in then me to do this level of future.
Who will buy chocolate?
If I was this very straight.
I gave you the budget for chocolate. You were just careless, and then they stole it. Yeah, yeah, you had to use your money because for me, I had already given you the budget money. Mhm.
Yeah, because it's connected. Let's wait for the other.
Mm,
Wait,
I think you will go to bed on next week.
you want me to go next week, then go next week.
What about gas?
What
What about electricity? You sell electricity. You see how many units we have left? 8. It's in red for crying out loud. We have utilities.
That's current figures.
And it comes immediately once you arrive, like at 10. If you are like in 30, 20s, it's green. It's red because our units are running out. We have important things to cover. But I'm about to be shocked if you continue insisting like this. I will begin to think differently about you and your mindset. Because when we have important things like that, I mean, you're screaming, I scream. I don't understand. Okay, yes, absolutely. Yes, sir. Okay. Yes. Hmm. Yes. I am connected. You can talk. Yes. No, no, no. I think your microphone is still muted. Hmm. Not in the meeting. No. Not in the meeting. I can hear you, but not in the meeting. I think maybe you can. Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. Yes, hello. Yes, yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you, but yes, yes. In the meeting, no, no, no. Your microphone is still muted. Yes, 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 yes. There, there are two of you here. There is SGSR unique, and then there is also unique IT tech. No, no, mm-mm, no, no. Uh, mm, mm-mm. No, I can't. Hello. How what? Hello, Dr. Osonga.
Hello.
Yes, I think we can resume. Our long break is.
It's done. Okay. My screen is still visible.
Yes, doctor.
Okay, fine. Members, welcome back after that inevitable break. We were still talking about artificial intelligence, and we wanted to know whether it has just started or it has been evolving over time. Because this information is important for us to plan, and know whether this is a bandwagon or it is something worth adopting. So in 1950s, that's when that's when Alan Turing published Computing Machinery and Intelligence. And at that time, he proposed what is called a Turing test. Now, this Turing test is a measure of machine intelligence. So it is a test that he wants to show that the machine is as intelligent as a human being. So you can see how long that was, 1950s. Now in 1956, then the coining of the word AI came into play by John McCarthy. And he indeed formalized it as a research discipline. So at that time, they had their own research group, so researching things to do with artificial intelligence. Now, in 70s and 90s, we had what we call symbolic AI or expert systems. Now, these were basically rule-based reasoning systems, which achieved success in things like medical diagnosis, using some AI system called MISI. I think this was at a certain university, and also industrial applications. But these systems struggled with scalability, so you couldn't use them for maybe extended data or other scenarios. In the 1990s to 2000, this period was named the data-driven shift. It advanced statistical learning, machine learning, of course, as defined before, and then the rise of big data, which enabled more robust pattern recognition and the predictive modeling. Now, from around 2010s to present, we have what we call deep learning era. It's a breakthrough in neural networks revolutionizing image, speech, natural language processing. Now, of course, statistically, we think that data are numbers, but even images, speech, natural language itself, they are also forms of data. So this is a development which came up in 2010s, and hence obtained widespread applications which now span in healthcare, in finance, in education, and also academic research. Of course, in healthcare, you know for sure, when a patient presents, the doctor has to diagnose, and through speech that he gets the clear diagnosis of a patient. You know, so that speech became data, which eventually has to be analyzed. So we can see clearly that from symbolic reasoning to data-driven deep learning, AI trajectory reflects the interplay of theory, of computation, and data. And the theory we talk about here is basically the statistical theory. See. So we therefore are informed, therefore, that there is a symbiotic relationship between AI and statistics. Now, what is this symbiotic relationship? Statistics is a foundation of AI because it provides rigor in modeling, in inference, and the uncertainty quantification through probability theory, which ensures trustworthy predictions.
In the YC, you're about to go.
On the other hand, machine learning extends statistical models. It builds on regression, on classification, on clustering, scaling them with algorithms that adapt to massive, big data sets. Massive data sets, but also high dimensional data sets. Now, the high dimensional data sets here, the ones where you find that the number of variables is far greater than the sample size. You know, dealing with such a data set is a bit tricky. So it needs like building dependable algorithms to do the analysis. We also see, therefore, that AI enhances decision making. How does it do that? It combines statistical learning with computational power for real-time data-driven applications across many applications like healthcare, finance, academia, engineering. Okay. So there is a symbiosis in practice where you have statistics contributing to interpretability and validation on one hand, and AI contributing to automation, scalability, and pattern recognition. So we see, therefore, that together, AI and statistics form a cycle because statistics grounds AI in theory, while AI expands statistics into the new frontiers of data and applications. So this is the kind of thing which actually the East African Statistics Institute is trying to front. How does it in practice enhance the traditional approaches? Now here, of course, we know traditional approaches in statistics include regression, classification, and clustering. But for each of them, there is a way how they are enhanced. So traditionally, you have a linear regression where you have y as a dependent variable, you have x as a set of variables referred to as independent, and then we have the coefficients and the errors. So traditionally, that's the model. Now, of course, as mentioned before by Prof. Fabian Nabugomu, recently there is the aspect of nonlinearity. So AI handles the nonlinear function approximators, thereby, rather than simply having y is equal to x beta plus epsilon, you have y actually depends on a certain function. Okay, this is how the neural networks actually come in, and for you to solve that, you need more time in order to estimate the thetas, which are the parameters via building kernels. So that's the kind of extension it does. The rest remains the same because you are simply saying that x determines y, and that is the basic theory behind it. In classification, still, when you look at a simple classifier like the logistic regression, maybe a binary where y has two classes and it's determined by x. So you may have a simple traditional logistic regression model stated that way. And the extension is also done, it's not different so much as such because it still remains a classifier. But in this case, you are handling it as a function. And when you do as a function, it takes a little bit of time and concentration. So like the neural networks, you tend to have margins, what we call the soft margins. So in this case, which happen to be like functions. So AI tries to extend. It is like extending the traditional logistic regression into a non-traditional neural network classifier. So even clustering, traditionally we have like k-means classification. AI extends it into what we call the deep clustering, which now adapts to functions, and then it clusters in a latent space, ZI. So basically, what we are saying is that there's complementarity between the traditional statistical approaches and then the AI approaches. Now, all this is coming up because of the nature of data, which is changing, which has been changing over time, and therefore requiring new developments. And that's how artificial intelligence comes in. So traditionally, like we said, regression, you have your linear or generalized linear model, and then AI enhanced looks at the nonlinear model, like random forests, like neural networks and boosting. In terms of classification, we've said logistic regression, for example, is a traditional one, and then you come up with things like deep nets or support vector machines, SVMs, and ensembles. In terms of clustering, we are saying like k-means traditionally or hierarchical cluster models into deep clustering or autoencoders. So we see that these developments come up because you need to adapt to the new nature of data. So what are the benefits of AI-enhanced approaches? Among them, we have, it captures nonlinearity and the high dimensionality relationships. It is also higher predictive accuracy on complex data. So the predictive accuracy is high when it comes to complex data. Then the other benefit is that there is automatic feature learning and also adaptable across diverse applications. However, there are some challenges, like interpretability is often limited. Interpreting especially the complex models, which are nonlinear. You may get the AI like doing your data analysis, but again, you may fail to explain the relationship. Sometimes you find a relationship which is inverse, which defeats theory. Then you're like, so now what do I do? The theory says when age increases, the chances of getting non-communicable disease is high. But according to my data, it's saying the reverse, that with increased age, the chances of getting a non-communicable disease is low. So those are some of the challenges sometimes you get because of using unstructured or big data or complex data. There is also the risk of overfitting in small samples and the need for high computational demands, especially for developing countries, and the requirement of large and quality data, not only large, but also quality data sets, because it's not easy to find the quality data sets. So that's why, for example, EASE has a program where they train on data management using the various software. Because quality of data speaks a lot, speaks volumes. So there is a balance, therefore, between predictive power and the interpretability, which is crucial in applied statistics, according to these authors. One can find more information here. So when do you use traditional and when do you use the AI approaches? This is just a guide, but one can find a way of how to adapt it. If you have small to medium data sets, it's preferred that you use traditional statistics. If there's need for interpretability and inference of your data, use traditional statistics. If there's clarity in the theoretical assumptions, like linearity, like normality, most of these traditional models, they obey certain assumptions. So if it's clear, then use traditional statistics. If you are focusing on effect sizes, uncertainty, hypothesis testing, then use traditional statistics. Otherwise, if you have large, complex, or high-dimensional data sets, you may consider the enhancement by AI. If you have nonlinearity or interacting effects, then you can use the AI enhanced systems. Or you want to do prediction accuracy. If that is your primary goal, then use enhanced AI tools. And if you are having applications in images, text, signals, genomics, yeah, then you can use the AI enhanced enhancements.
Excuse me,
So,
Doctor.
yes,
If someone has a hand,
yes, please go on and ask. Sorry, I'm not seeing because, yes. Open your mic, please, and ask. Okay, maybe it was a mistake.
yes, maybe it was a mistake.
I would
So,
like to know, when you talk about we use traditional statistical methods could be preferred, talking about small to medium data sets. So a small or a medium data, what could that be? Up to what numbers are we talking about here? Get an image of what we are talking.
Very good question. Very good question. Small, we have two aspects. We have N, which is the sample size, and then we also have P, which is the number of parameters. So usually when N is greater than P, that is good news. We can properly use the traditional statistics. However, when P, which is the number of parameters, is greater than the sample size N, we call that high dimensional data. And using traditional methods creates issues. Especially when you want to compute the covariance matrix. So you can use that as a parameter to decide the size of the data. However, also when you look at N alone, which is the sample size,
it's the traditional
if
versus
N
AI
is
approaches.
small, there's no
So,
clear
12
theory
over
which looks at
38.
independence. But if you just say that N is greater than P, such is a good candidate for traditional statistics. And then the reverse
But
is a good candidate for AI
so I
enhancement.
noticed there was a comment in the chat.
I'm
You are
not
also on the
in
same slide
position to
or
give
on
you
a
the
slide
exact
before that.
number of N because it's not there in the literature. But also in addition, you will find that some of the tools, for example, like SPSS, like
the issue could be with
the usual
the
tools we use.
microphone there. It's
Sometimes are
not
limited in
with
terms of the size, the number of parameters, or even the sample size N. So when you import your data set, sometimes it may not be in a position to handle all of it. Then that is a big data or a large data set. Now sometimes the three tend to be mixed. We have large, we have complex data, and then you have high dimensional data. Complex means the data is either correlated or some of the parameters are functions of the other. So it makes it a bit complex. And in that case, you cannot properly use the traditional statistics. I hope I've tried to answer your question.
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, thank you.
Doctor, I wanted to ask something more.
Yes, please do.
If n is still, the sample size is small, you can still use the AI, or it's like a must that in that form you just have to use the traditional methods?
We actually, we are not saying don't use, but we are saying preferred.
All right.
Yeah, we are saying preferred.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Any other question? Okay, can proceed. Now the decision here for us, we are looking at the data set size and complexity. If it is simple, then we know this is small or medium data. It has clear assumptions, and the focus of this data is to do inference about the population. So inference here means when you, for example, draw a sample from a population, and then you find that the incidence of a certain disease, for example, hypertension is maybe 30%, given your sample. If the sample is random and obeyed, and you went through the process of sampling clearly, then you can use it to infer that the whole population, the hypertension is maybe 30%, that kind of thing. That's what we call inference. Okay. So in the traditional statistics, we have to look at the assumptions before you fit the linear model or the generalized linear model or logistic regression or the k-means. However, if the data set size is complex, then look at the large or high dimensionality. It is also complex, it is nonlinear. The focus is on prediction. Now we have two things here. We have inference and then we have prediction. So traditionally we do inference. Now here you are doing prediction.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Doctor, are you able to hear me?
Yes, you are loud and clear.
Okay, you can proceed.
Okay. Did you want to ask a question?
No, we were just checking the microphone to see that it's working.
All right. So prediction and then inference. Because you see that here under complex we are looking at prediction, and usually here you have to employ AI enhancement. The neural networks, the support vector machines, boosting, and so on. Okay, fine. So this is about how to decide, given your data set size and its complexity. Now, let's get to activity 2. We want to test, maybe these ones are about 3. There are 5 questions. It's about the AI tools. So we assume that you've now chosen that you are going to the data set is complex, so you need AI enhanced tools. So I want to test you a little bit about your knowledge on AI tools, and you're going to answer just 5 questions. They are close-ended, so with options for you to choose. I know this time it will take less than 5 minutes. Okay, so as usual, scan that, and then let me enlarge it. Scan this and answer those 5 questions. They're just 5 questions. Choose A, B, C, D. Juma, can you put the link in the chat?
Yes, the link has already been added. So for those that cannot scan the QR to access the questionnaire, you can use the link in the chat. Thank you.
So we are giving it, we've used 1 minute already. We have 4 minutes left. Two minutes. I can see only 9 people have responded. Now 10. I'm counting. Please respond.
Excuse me, doctor, I don't see the link.
Check in the chat. Check in the chat.
Okay.
Yes. If not, you can still scan this. If not, then check in the chat. There's a link. One more minute, please. Finalize. about to close. Okay. Thank you very much for your responses. I see that the responses are varying. I don't see 100%. I don't see 100%.
What happened?
There are 5 questions. Each question is 3 points, so a total of 15 points. The lowest is 1 point out of 15, and the highest is the highest is 5.
Excuse me, doctor. Maybe one thing that I've noticed was for some reason the name is also being checked. So I think maybe minus that we can proceed. I think the name is being checked out of 10. So
Okay. All right. So I noticed that question 1 is, which of the following is a generative AI tool for text? And the majority of you, that is about 90% of you, got it right. They said chat GPT. So I think this is a good indicator. The second question, which AI tool specializes in creating images from text prompts? The majority, who happen to be about 60%, got it right. That is DAL.E. That is the tool. That's the correct answer. And then the other question, the third one is, which AI system defeated the world champion in the game of Go? The answer, let me see. Yes, the majority, about 52%, got it right. It is AlphaGo. And then, which of the following is not an AI tool? About 85% got it right. That is Excel. Excel is not an AI tool. And finally, which AI platform is widely used in academia for building models? Widely used in academia for building models. About 50% got it right. This AI platform is called TensorFlow. TensorFlow. So thank you very much for your responses. At least we've learned something. Okay, so we can now proceed. We see that they are the popular AI tools by category. Category meaning what they do. Like we have text generation. Now in text generation, we have things like ChatGPT. We call it a conversational AI for text generation, and also question and answer. So you can use it to, generate text. And many of you have used it, to write proposals, to write letters, and sometimes to write your own notes. There's also another one called the Bard, Gemini, which is Google's conversational AI assistant for text generation. Then for image generation, you have DAL.E. It creates images from text prompts. And there's also another one called Midjourney. Midjourney is an AI art generation platform. So for art, you can use it. And then there's Stable Diffusion, which is an open source text to image model. Then there's one for coding support called GitHub Copilot. It's an AI code assistant integrated in the IDE, integrated development environments. And then for research, we have TensorFlow, we have PyTorch, and then we have Hugging Face Transformers, okay, for natural language processing and beyond. We can also have AI tools by ecosystem. Ecosystem meaning the environment, the different environments of work. Like Python ecosystem, we have those 3 AI tools. For platforms, we have Jupyter Notebooks, interactive coding, and then Google Colab. It's a cloud-based model execution platform. Natural language processing applications, we have OpenAI, GPT models for text generation. Then for ARA ecosystem, we have Caret, which is a unified machine learning interface. We have random forest, we have XGBoost, we have ensemble learning, TensorFlow for ARA, and also deep learning. So we can have these AI tools by ecosystem, so that if you are using Python, then you know which AI tool to use. If you are using ARA or ARA Studio, you know also the AI tools to use. They are good because they enable flexible model development, and some of them are not completely free. Others you pay, you subscribe. Others are free. Yeah. Let's move on now to supervised and then unsupervised, because it's all about learning. Okay. So how do models learn? Okay.
Okay.
We have supervised learning, which is predictive modeling using labeled data. The keyword here is labeled data. So the data has to be labeled
on the text, which is
first, and then you do the supervised learning.
Doesn't, I also
so you have the data,
meeting.
Okay, which is made up of X and then Y. Y is like the dependent, and then X are like the independent variables or the predictors of Y. And each of them are labeled using Y. So Y are the labels. say like maybe true or false, very sick, normal, that kind of thing. The labels are already existing. Now, what is the purpose in supervised learning? The goal here is to learn the mapping of the function given the data X. How do you map it to Y? By minimizing the expected loss. So you have a loss function which you minimize between the actual. If you have a patient, you have two patients, one is severe, another one is not severe. So you want to predict actually if one is severe by using the characteristics.
Excuse me, doctor.
Yes.
There is a hand.
Oh, please go on and open your
Professor,
mic.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
We have 20 minutes to break up for lunch. So I think we can summarize the content within 20.
Okay. Okay.
If possible.
Okay, fine. Let's try to see how far we can go. So we have supervised. The goal is to minimize the expected loss, and the examples here are the ones we've discussed, I think, before, for classification, for regression. Yeah, and then the unsupervised, it means that the data is not labeled already, so the data is unlabeled, no labels. So the goal is to find the hidden patterns or the groups or the low-dimensional structure. Okay, so that's the difference. Otherwise, they are both types of learning. Then you have the third one, the third type of learning, which is called reinforcement learning. Now, reinforcement learning, the core idea here is that you have agents which learn to make decisions by interacting with the environment. So you have an agent, it learns from the environment to make decisions. And there are four basic key components. We have the state, S, which is the current situation. Then you have the action, you have the reward, and the policy. So the goal here is to maximize the rewards over time as much as possible. And the examples are like the AlphaGo, which beat the world champions. There are also robotics and autonomous driving, because they also learn. That kind of learning is called reinforcement, the autonomous driving. And then personalized recommendations, like the ChatGPT does. It uses some kind of reinforcement learning. So reinforcement learning complements supervised and unsupervised methods by focusing on sequential decision making. This is just a structural interaction of reinforcement learning. So what are the examples? Under supervised, you have things to do with the problem of handwritten digit classification, the problem of predicting survival outcomes, the problem of disease risk prediction, problem of credit scoring and fraud detection, and also sentimental analysis. Now, these because the labels are known already, so they are under supervised learning. Now, the unsupervised learning, you have things like customer segmentation, because you don't know the labels already. gene expression clustering, topic modeling, anomaly detection, and also dimensionality reduction, because you don't read the labels already. So you use what we call unsupervised learning. This one, I think, the same as we've explained before. So what are the key tools in education that we can use? You can explore these key tools. We have ChatGPT, which is an AI-powered assistant for content generation and student support. And you can get it using this address. You download and use. There's also Grammarly. Grammarly is AI-driven writing enhancement tool, especially for English writing, not Luganda writing, unfortunately. So we need a Grammarly for Luganda writing, I think, localization of these AI tools. And then we have Perplexity AI, which is AI-powered research assistant. You can do literature search and the rest. Then you have the Han Academy, AI tutoring for personalized learning. These tools, you can use them for purposes of education, teaching and learning, and also research. But specifically for research, we have, sometimes you handle references. So we have Zotera. You can use it as a AI-enhanced reference management tool. You have also connected papers for literature review visualization. We have also Cite.ai, which is AI-powered citation analysis and research validation. From that website, you can get it. And you also have a list, AI-driven research discovery tool. So these tools are very good. They can enhance your research. So the moment you have these tools, then I know you'll have more time from you to do other things. Now this is a bigger topic on bias, fairness, and accountability. We briefly talked about it and said that the AI models are based on the training data, and therefore bias and fairness can be found there. So what do we mean by bias? When the model is skewed or incomplete, you are using a skewed or incomplete training data. For example, like gender and racial bias. These things have happened before, where bias is embedded in the training data systemically to discourage a certain race or gender based on the data, training data. Now, in order to help, there's need for explainable AI and the interpretable models. Now, this is a bigger field where you develop models, but along the way, you have to clearly explain. So we call it explainable AI. It ensures accountability, especially in high-stakes domains of healthcare, justice, finance. So guarding against automation bias and misinformation is very key. And then establishing ethical frameworks, audits, and human oversight is also key in order to reduce bias in AI models. Otherwise, one can call for probably each country may be coming up with their own AI tools. You know, like China did theirs, and most other countries are doing theirs. Why? Because they want to reduce the bias in AI models. So the responsible AI in practice, data practices, you need to use diverse and representative data sets, regular audits for hidden biases. Model practices, you need to use interpretable models where possible. Fairness algorithms like reweighting and then debiasing techniques. And also the governance and oversight, like ethical review boards, accountability frameworks, clear documentation and model cards for transparency, and then human in the loop, because human plays a big role. So put him in the loop for high stakes decisions. Now this happens to be a real case study which happened sometime in the US, where there was a widely used AI system in the hospitals designed to predict which patients would benefit from extra care management. Now, the problem identified was that the model used healthcare costs as a proxy for health needs. And the result was that Black patients who are historically less spending on their care were systemically under-identified. And what was the impact? Millions of patients were affected by the biasedness created, and this reinforced existing health disparities. So the lesson, proxy variables can embed structural inequities, and therefore this requires fairness-aware evaluation and domain expertise in design. Now, this is a real study which was conducted, and more details can be got from Obamea and others, 2019. There are other areas of unfairness. I know you can get this when you access these papers, that it can be a very serious thing, very serious issue, biasness in AI tools. So ethically, yeah, also ethical AI principles of privacy, securing the data handling, anonymization and informed consent, transparency, using explainable AI, open documentation, and then model reporting, accountability. AI supports, of course, human judgment with audits and oversight. So there's need for oversight. Fairness, inclusivity, sustainability. So we have actually issues, because for us, generally, we are happily using AI tools or models which are generated using other training data outside. I've not seen any in Africa that is, supporting or investing in the development of localized AI tools. But most other countries are actually using or developing their own tools, because they know the quality of AI tools depends on the training data. Yes, to integrate AI, you need to look at data management, you need to look at methodological rigor, combine it with ethics and society, and also academic practice. So what do we do? So for the steps in teaching, as of now, it's advisable to use AI tutors, even grading assistants transparently. We need to train students in critical thinking about AI outputs. In research, we need to document data sets and models. We need to apply reproducible practices where you have code and the data sharing. Because research is about discovering something new. So if I'm using your code on my data, maybe I don't need to rewrite the code. Or if I'm using your data on a different code, maybe I'm generating something new. So we call that reproducibility. So we need to adapt or apply reproducibility practices. At institutional level, we need to establish AI ethics guidelines and review boards, especially in the university, and also promote interdisciplinary collaboration. For example, statistics, computer science, maybe ethics, sociology, or social sciences, or biology, or something like that. Then for capacity building, we need to offer training programs in AI ethics and responsible data use. Like this kind of talk we are having, and also foster partnership with industry and global research networks. So we need to be like moving from principles to action, ensuring that AI serves as a trustworthy partner in education and research. So in conclusion, therefore, AI is transforming industries and academia. In research, we need to accelerate data analysis, discovery, and simulation. In teaching, we need to enable adaptive learning, personalized tutoring, and grading support. Integration of AI and statistics is essential because statistics ensures rigor, inference, and interpretability. And then AI brings in scalability, automation, and predictive power. On the side of ethics, these are non-negotiable. We need fairness, we need accountability, transparency. These must be guides for us. And therefore, we need responsible AI in education and research, which fosters trust and equity. So looking ahead, harnessing AI in teaching and research will drive innovation, will improve learning outcomes, and will generate impactful scientific insights. Yes. So what have I done? I have got an overview of the introduction of AI. We've looked at the core concepts. We've looked at the application in academia. We've also discussed the ethical considerations. So thank you very much. I happen to maybe if there are some questions and anything for discussion at the moment. Over to you. Thank you.
So thank you, Professor Usonga. There are some questions in the chat room. I think maybe you can first go through the chat room and then we can get the questions from the audience here.
There is a question about where do we categorize Alexa and the Siri and Google Speak search. Abigail asked that question. Can someone help me to answer this question? Someone in the audience, please. Where do we categorize Alexa and Siri and Google Speak search? In terms of learning, that is supervised and supervised. So where do we categorize them? Someone? And then another question is about where does Mendeley fall? I like its ease to use and thought it's an AI model. Yes, Mendeley for, I think Mendeley is not an AI tool, but it's a useful tool to manage references. So it is not strictly AI model, but recently there is the need to integrate AI in Mendeley so that it is more efficient. So you don't need to stop using it, but you can embed. You can embed AI to enhance its capability, and it will perform better. Okay. Alexa and Siri, how do we categorize those ones? Is it supervised, unsupervised? Of course, it can't be supervised because you don't know the labels. Yeah. Yes, yeah, you want to say something? Please go.
I think Juliet needs to mute. It might be an error.
Anyone in the audience with a question? If you use AI, how would you
Hello.
So, do you have a question?
No. There is a lot of echo. I'm not hearing your question. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, yes, clear now.
Hello, Professor.
Yeah, go on.
I wanted to ask, how do I ensure AI? How do I ensure AI fairness and transparency?
Yeah. AI fairness can be ensured right from the data. Recently, like I mentioned, there is countries that are developing their own AI tools. So they're developing their own AI tools. Can you mute? Israel, can you mute? So we are saying that ensuring AI fairness originate from the data that you are using to train the model. So we are saying that rather than adapt the foreign development, different countries should have their own AI tools. Yeah.
Juliet, kindly mute your mic.
Someone is asking, are there tools better than Mendeley? Yes, there are many tools, even within ChatGPT. If you, for example, we have a tool called Scholar GPT. You know, one can use Scholar GPT. It's like definitely better than Mendeley. Another question, let me see. It's a citation tool, of course. You can use it. Now, Scholar GPT will search for you the references. It will also cite them for you. It can also list for you. It can do a lot of things. Yeah. So definitely it's better than Mendeley. Can you plug Scholar
Prof.
into Word? No. No. Can you plug Scholar GPT into Word? No. But I think that Word is just a processor. And recently people have moved away from Word. They're using LaTeX for processing their text. So, and Word is commercialized. I think there are ways of embedding still going on to see how some of these tools can be embedded within Word. Yeah. I think that is where many is helpful. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, Prof.
Yes, please.
Somebody asked a question. How can you recognize AI tools in your research? like we cite scholars. If I've used the AI tools, how do I recognize them in my research? Do I put a disclaimer that part of the work I was assisted by AI?
Yeah, that's a tricky question. It's quite an interesting question because even journals are being asked whether to recognize, for example, ChatGPT as a co-author. You know, it just happened one time that an author recognized ChatGPT as a co-author. So it happened, I think, in some medical journal. But that raised a lot of questions. I think this author recognized it because it performed a lot of things, including writing the introduction, literature review, analysis, and so on. So he thought that it's a very good thing for him to recognize it as a co-author. When he sent it to a journal, the journal published it. But after a few weeks, it was revoked because the AI tool is just a tool. You cannot have it as a co-author. You know, it's a tool. And like Prof. Nabgom said, these technologies just come in to be used. So they cannot be recognized as co-authors. However, you can put a disclaimer and say,
thank you, Prof. Prof, this is from me.
Yes. Please go on. What are the ethical considerations when developing AI in critical systems like healthcare or transportation?
Yes, Prof. Hello?
Yes.
Hello? We had lost you, but the question was that we teach students and we give them assignments, and they have these tools amidst themselves. And the technology is here with us. Some lecturers have discouraged, when they give certain assignments, they discourage students from using these generative AI tools. And then you also look at a situation where you give an assignment and the student just dumps the question into the AI tool, and then they present you the work. How do we move from here? The tools are here, and we don't want to kill the creativity and research by the students. How do we move on? How do we assess? How do we ensure that the students use these tools and at the same time be innovative, be creative, and have some efforts in their work? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I'm going to approach it from my experience here. Now, for us, we are trying to revolutionize the teaching and learning. So we have something we call active learning. Now, active learning tools are many, so techniques are many. So that's what we employ. So you have a case where we are moving away from traditional ways of teaching, where you get to class, you have your notes, you start writing the notes on the blackboard, and then the students copy, and when time comes, everybody goes. To a case where you involve the learners in teaching and learning. And this kind of effort has to be institutionalized, where active learning is embedded. Because recently, it's not true that you are teaching someone who doesn't know anything completely, because they have access to information. So, for example, if you put them in groups and told them to research on a certain topic, maybe you are teaching the probability or you are teaching inference on a certain topic. So you want them to learn. So collect this data from a sample, analyze it, and draw inferences. So in the process, you achieve your goal of teaching, but they also learn through what we call active learning. Now that is one. Then two, for it to succeed, it must come from the institution. So the institution has to establish what we call AI ethics guidelines, to guide the teacher or the lecturer, and also to guide the student. Of course, the power remains with the lecturer to determine maybe which content, which part of the course outline students should use AI tools and which one they shouldn't. But there must be a guideline. So for example, the University of Kisubi should actually think about coming up with the AI ethics guidelines. And this is what is happening in most universities. They are coming up with those guidelines to help guide the lecturer, to guide the student, to guide the staff, administrative staff, because they also use the AI tools to write reports and so on and so forth. So there must be those guidelines. Okay. There are questions, for example, maybe take-home questions. Well, what is your role? What is it that you want the students to learn specifically? Is it the process of doing it? If it's a process, then they are free to use the AI tools and then be able to be examined differently, maybe through a presentation rather than a written exam or something similar to that. So there is a need really to plan how to use these AI tools in teaching and learning, and even research. Yeah. What kind of research? How are you going to judge the research produced by a PhD student? So it's all a question that should be handled by an institution by developing guidelines. Now, in my institution, I happen to be part of the team that was chosen to develop the AI ethics guidelines for teaching and learning. And we came up with I think 3 recommendations. We say there are certain areas where I should prevent the use of AI tools, and then other areas you should promote the use of AI tools. But the choice to do that should be left to the course leaders, for example, okay, to determine which part of the course outline a student should use AI tools. So, well, yeah, so the challenge comes to the institution. Yeah. I hope I've endeavored to respond to your tough question.
Yes, Prof. You've done a great job. Maybe as a university, we shall have a benchmark from your side when we get to that point of coming up with a policy or guideline to guide how to use these tools in teaching and research. Thank you so much.
Yes, maybe just in addition, you discover that these AI tools, when you use them critically, when you use them when you don't know, for example, a student who doesn't know how to use it, you ask a question, then it goes and just goes to, for example, ChatGPT. He will bring some response or answer which is not correct, not very correct. Why? Because these tools need you to, to ask deeper. You start somewhere and then you go deeper. Now, this student will be happy with the first level response, which in most cases is not maybe what you are looking for. If the student went deeper, he or she will come up with the most correct response to your question. But if you don't train them, then they won't know how to use the AI tools in order to answer questions correctly. So it also comes to training the students. Yeah. Thank you. Any other question?
Thank you, Prof. Just one more along that line. I was listening to a presenter from Aga Khan University. The research concluded the National Council for Education workshop on AI in education and research. And she gave a scenario in Europe where students' research is tested to find out if it is AI generated. I know they would be accepting a certain percentage of the work to be AI generated. But she said some of these tools are biased when it comes to the Africans and the Black people. They brag of their work as AI generated, yet in actual sense, not all the work is AI generated. What is your comment about that?
Still it comes back to the training data. Still comes back to the training data. But also language. Why? Because these tools are developed in English. We are not English originally. So chances are that they'll be biased. Maybe some of us probably learned the English, so we are just using the correct way, which, when you are when you're a native speaker, sometimes you create certain ways, developing the language. Now, for us, we are stuck to what we are taught. So maybe our scope is different, and when some of these tools test, they find that our writing is possibly near to that of these AI tools. So then we get high percentages. So but it still comes back to the data. The large language models, the training data. What was that tool used on what data, on what training data was it used? You know, they don't often come and use on our, you know, the local data in Africa. They use others and then use them to come and, you know, and test on us. So that is why I think the best is to develop capacity for us even to develop our own models, our own AI models, okay, which will recognize our languages, okay. It is not possible, it is not impossible for us to develop a chat GPT, for example, in Rumasaba, for example, or Luganda, you know. It is not impossible because all you need is data and the capacity, you know, and the resources to do so. Of course, they are very expensive to develop, but if you have the will, you will always go for it. Yeah. So that leaves us a little behind. I don't know, maybe AU to take this point up, or small initiatives, university-based, taking up students' research, getting them to develop local versions of ChatGPT. Maybe that way to help. But we need to have a starting point. Otherwise, those misclassifications will always happen.
When I was 16, right? So
Hello?
Thank you, Prof.
You're welcome.
Professor.
Yes, over to you.
I wanted you to help me understand the question that I'd asked you about ethical considerations when developing AI in critical systems like healthcare or transportation. I needed some help with that to understand it.
It's about consent. For example, you are dealing with patients, and data is critical when it comes to a patient. You want to use it to train your model and develop maybe an AI tool. And you need training data from patients, real training data from patients. So raising the consent is very important. Anonymization, so that if you are taking data from me and you want to generate a model that predicts diabetes or hypertension or non-communicable diseases, of course, patients wouldn't like to be known that this data comes from patient A. No. So you need to ensure anonymization, and of course you need to develop larger data sets, so that you use them to train your models for proper outcome. So still there's the same issue, but it's about consent for these critical areas like Medicare and so on. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any other question for me?
Thank you very much, Dr. Wesonga, for having taken us through. The number of things I have been able to pinpoint. I'm sure as you've been tracing our session, there are things that or areas of interest or things that have inspired you or made you to critically think about what AI is. One thing which I thought initially, like everybody else possibly, was why did Professor Fabian start off with data? Why did he start there? But still, you see, we ended up coming up with one of the last questions was, why can't we create our own AI models? And the question is, do we have data? So, Professor Fabian started off with, we have to find ways to create that data. How do we do that? Because they say data was an asset, okay? An asset which is generated and collected and then we get information. How do we actually do that? It has to be done through creating research. You have to do research teams, and it means ensuring you perform research in multidisciplinary aspects, not one, but multidisciplinary. So that way, you are creating a lot of data because you're going to be needing it. Then the next was technology. After you have the data, then you go on to the technology. The technology is now, as Dr. Wesonga was sharing with us, those different platforms that can be used. But we need to get the technology. And then simply one of the questions that kept coming, why don't we have our own technology to that? Okay. And then the other one was the data culture. The data culture is supposed to be in place if we have the skills, knowledge, and that has to be done by our institutions of learning. We have to find ways of skilling ourselves. The universities have to skill us. We have to be ready to be skilled. I remember him mentioning a number of areas of specializations where, in terms of Uganda, he was talking of, we have some, but in others we have few, others we don't have that. That means there is a lot of skilling that we have to think about. And then the whole environment. Some of the questions that were asked by our colleagues was, how do you acknowledge what you have come up with as research, especially if you have used ChatGPT or any other AI. The ethical aspect comes in, the acknowledgement comes in, but that is supposed to be informed by policy. Just like other universities have come up with a different AI and ethical policies. These have to be done. We are glad that some of our students here are in managerial positions in some of these schools. And one of the questions which we are thinking about both at the university and at school is, how do you allow your students to get their smartphones into the classroom? Dr. Fabian said, even in examination room, why not? This is something we have to critically think about. And it's very inspiring and informative. Could you please give a round of applause to Dr. Weston? I have not had that one. Please, with some image. I don't run them. Thank you very much in our online audience. Thank you very much for being there. We're breaking up for lunch for 45 minutes. We should be back here. Life is free. Yeah, because it is, yeah, it is 2 minutes to show. Okay, well, I've been corrected. Please make it 40 minutes.
20 minutes to 2, sorry, to 3, you must be here. We want to make sure we finish early. Okay? When we get back, we should be here for maximum 1 hour, and then we call it a day. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for that recap. Enjoy your lunch.
Our online audience, thank you very much for being there. And not forgetting you. We have been seeing all the applause and the gestures of appreciation. Thank you. And bon appetit.
Ah. Ah. My meeting is still running. My meeting is still running. Yes. You bring me a spoon. Hey, you already brought. What's away? It's okay, you come and eat one. Yes, hello. Yes. 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 Okay. Aren't you feeling cold? You aren't wearing open Hmm. Yeah, not serious. This meeting will go like until 5. You know, me, I'm one of the people that have organized the meeting. I am the systems administrator. If I don't attend, nothing will work.
And we are going for lunch.
Yes, I can hear.
You can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
How come you can hear me now? Before you couldn't.
Well, now I can, and it's actually very clear.
Okay, Frank has fixed something on the laptop. It's
Oh,
now very clear.
yes.
Something he has fixed on the machine there.
I wonder what is that.
Yeah, the focus. Okay, now we're in business. Is Professor still on?
Yeah, Dr. Isonga. Yes, he's still on.
Jim, how are you?
I'm okay.
Okay, so we are set for the afternoon.
Yeah, let's go for lunch.
Okay.
Okay, see you in 20 minutes.
Okay. Will be the one presenting next.
Members of Fundamental, you get away from that link. I pasted you a wrong link. It is for a workshop. Hello? Student, you get away from that link. I'll send you a WhatsApp. I pasted you a wrong link. Eh?
Let's
But before those two matches, we had beaten 2-1 and 4-1. He's the one in the kitchen. You want to be told. He gets learned from the kitchen. They say it. But you don't talk to any of them. So we're going to be drinking this weekend. These are always money for social media. Well, it's good. Life is your business. Life is essential. That is great. It is essential. The only money that exists is money for water, for electricity, for gas. Legally, that's money for gas or really. What is one of those left shirts? One left t-shirt. Don't say it. But honey, me, no way have you brought this one in. See? Honey, take it. And then I need to buy it.
But why did you bring your clothes in the sitting room?
Wear clothes, what do you think?
Yeah, that khaki shirt is nice. Oh, yeah, that's one.
They will look like a rebel. It's the one that look like a rebel.
Should I come?
Where?
There. Getting him ready for his school.
What was not there?
School.
Was not
Let's see.
Juma, are you there?
Yes, I'm available.
Okay, I think you can start.
Okay, thank you, and welcome back, everyone.
Your slides are not on.
Yes, I'm sharing that shortly.
Once again, I welcome you from lunch, those who manage. We are going in for the afternoon and final session that is using AI. to broaden research capabilities. Like we are told before lunch, this session is a bit practical. So I hope we are ready to work with AI practical journey. So let's settle, and then in about 5 minutes, we are going to start. Thank you.
So Juma, in 5 minutes you can start. We're just waiting for some quorum here.
Okay.
So now please log on to your laptops. It's called the hands-on session. We'll switch on your laptops. Juma, over to you. You can start.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. So, can we see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So previously, the previous presenter, Dr. Osonga, shared about the various AI tools that we can use in our research. Majority of them, if not all, were built outside countries. And while we explore building our own, in this section, I'm going to introduce us to another one, also built from abroad. This one is built by Google. It's called Notebook LM. My name is Juma Shafara, and I'm a data scientist. And I'm really happy to be here with the great minds as we guide the future of education and AI all together. So, what is Notebook LM? Notebook LM is an AI tool like the previous ones mentioned, ChatGPT, Gemini, etc. But what sets Notebook LM apart is obviously what you get from it. So with Notebook LM, you provide it your source materials for your research, assuming that I am trying to read through a bunch of books. What you can do, you can push them to Notebook LM, and then what Notebook LM does is it can provide for you structured summaries in text, in audio, and also video formats. So in this presentation, I have some links. So in your browser, if you enter notebooklm.google, it will open for you a page like this. I hope you can see. Okay, so once this page opens, okay, we can just click try Notebook LM. And if this is the first time you are interacting with Notebook LM, they will immediately ask you to upload some source material. So this can be like a book you are burning through, you are reading. Me, I already have some others, but for the purpose of demonstration, I will want to add a book or a PDF in this context. So I can do that by clicking create new notebook. And then they'll ask me to upload a new source. And here I'll be uploading this document from UBOS about the consumer price index. And this document is also linked in the presentation. It's this document right down here. So once I upload, it takes a few seconds depending on how large your document is. But a summary of the material inside your document is already generated for us by Notebook LM.
Juma, fast pause a bit. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
There's somebody near you. Do you know Wedeko Fred? Tell them to mute their laptop. There's somebody next to you. There are two machines near you. One. Let him.
Is it still on?
Okay, it's now okay. You can proceed.
Okay. So as I was sharing earlier on, once we upload our document, we can see that Notebook LM can go through our document and give us a quick summary of what this document is about. Okay. Now, we can be able to access specific material in this document. For example, I can just ask Notebook LM something about or something inside this document. For example, maybe the national. Okay, let's just ask, for example, what are the fuel prices? So Notebook LM can take a few seconds to read carefully through the document and provide the best possible answer to your question. In this context here, we can see that it has summarized the result. We have in August, petrol was 5,000, and here we get the exact point in the document, okay, where this information was captured. We can see for July and for August, and so on and so forth. Now, if I'm preparing for a presentation or for an exam or something, I can be able to save this result, this answer to my question in a note somewhere so that I can come back later for review. So I'll just click Save to Note. So Notebook LM will save in the notes here. Okay, so while Notebook LM can do that, you can also be able to create your own notes using the Add Note button. I'll not use that for now, but just know that it is there. As we said earlier on, Notebook LM can be able to generate audio summaries, video summaries, and even a mind map. So to generate an audio summary, or in this context, overview, you just click this button, and then it does its magic. So what is happening here is Notebook LM is going through our document and is generating a conversation style audio. The result is two people discussing the material in our PDF. Okay. Now, what is special about the audio generated is, as I mentioned earlier, it's a discussion or between two people, but it turns out that you can also get involved. If time allows us, maybe we shall also demonstrate that, but also you can be able to create a video overview. So I can just click this to create a video overview. Now you may already see that an audio is being generated. Yes.
Sorry, Juma, let me interrupt you a bit. First pause.
If you're also there, please switch your laptops. You can see some of your data. Switch your laptop, the internet, and your visible basic things. That will be for you where is accessing this book. Is that okay? Okay. Remark about this slide. That's what I can see.
Pardon, you are requesting that I move to the slides. So is anyone stuck?
Okay, yeah.
These are okay.
So, zoom in. This is a
If you are finding trouble accessing these documents, these links, I can paste them in the comment section in the chat. think I can do that. So I have added the links in the chat. If you are finding any problems accessing the various materials, they are right here. So can I proceed?
I didn't. I don't know what link to put you.
I think Agnes Cecilia needs to mute.
Okay, so let me guide again how to access Notebook LM. There is this link, notebooklm.google. Now it has been attached in the chat, notebooklm.google. When you click on this link, it will open for us Notebook LM, the tool that I am talking about. And then we have this document that we are using for demonstration. This is the Consumer Price Index publication, August 2025, from UBOS. Dr. Bosa, I think I can proceed here. Anybody that is requiring assistance? Okay, so what we shall do is we shall progress with the presentation, and then maybe we shall guide later for those that never managed to follow along. Yeah, so I had mentioned earlier on that we can be able to generate audio and video overviews of our material. What else can we generate? We can be able to create a mind map. Yes.
A minute, first pause. I'm going to let you know when to continue. First pause a bit.
Okay,
So
okay,
once
thank you.
you type notebook, LM, one word, notebook, LM, one word, notebook, just type it.
Notebook.
Make sure you have access.
LM dot Google.
Just do screen, that's what you say. Notebook, LM dot Google. Press enter.
Like this.
So you should open a page where you can see an icon written on try notebook. You click on that icon. So make sure you see this page. How many of us can see this page? Fantastic. So click on try notebook element. Just click on that icon. Should open another page. So at this stage, can I have your attention? So at this stage, the presenter has a PDF document already that is going to upload. That PDF is about consumer price indices for Uganda, the most recent report released by the Bureau of Statistics for August. So if you don't have that report, we share the link in the chat. You can download the report for free. Somebody earlier in the morning said that we need to customize our presentation to Uganda, courage and what we face currently. So that's why we're using the Ugandan context. We're not getting a report for the US. So you want to create new notebook. You click on it, and then to give you an option where you can upload the video document. So if you don't have it, you can download it. The link has been shared in the chat. Any questions? We need to be on something. It's a class session. Okay, if you have your own video document, you can upload it. But it's not a video document. Because you take them from the find something, say maybe 5 pages and below. So the presenter is working with the consumer price index for Uganda, the most recent one in the past. You can proceed.
All right, thank you for that guidance. Now, if you uploaded your document, as I shared earlier on, you quickly get a summary like that. And you can ask questions about your document, like how I demonstrated earlier on. I asked what are the fuel prices, and then these were the fuel prices brought up. The tool exactly shows where in the document it's picking this information. Okay, and then you can save also this information as a note somewhere. You can also be able to generate audio and video overviews, and I already clicked on this button. If you want to generate an audio overview, you use this button, and then a video overview, this one. This tool can also be able to generate for you a mind map. So if you have a very big document that you're reading, or even sometimes many documents, you can generate a mind map by clicking this document. If you don't know what a mind map is a form of a conceptual framework diagram. So what happens is if I open the one that has been generated for us, it's right here. we can say it is a tree branch setup like this, where key concepts are illustrated and how they are connected to major topics. Okay, so for example, from consumer price index here, there is a bunch of things related to that, and some of them here are the, for example, key definitions. So this one can be very handy if you, of course, doing your research or preparing for an exam or presentation or anything like that. You can be able to have access to information in an organized way. This is an amazing tool. Actually, I use it a lot for myself. So the other thing is the audio. I don't know if I play this audio, can you hear me? This is a video, sorry. Let's first play the audio. Can you hear the audio?
Have you ever noticed how the price of your morning coffee or maybe your weekly groceries seems to subtly shift?
Oh, absolutely.
Those little changes week by
Oh, not
week,
yet.
they really do add.
Okay, I think you may not be able to hear the audio, but it's, as I said earlier on, it's a discussion between two people on the concepts covered in the material that you have provided. The nice thing, as I said about this audio, is that you can interrupt and then ask about a very specific thing that you want to be discussed at once. So
Add
while
up.
it is playing
And
like this,
understanding
you
them
can be
is,
able
well, it's
to
key to making
interrupt.
sense of the bigger
Okay,
economic picture.
you can use this interactive mode. So in the interactive mode, while it's playing, you can join
Have you
in
ever
the
noticed how the price
conversation
of your morning
by
coffee or
using this
maybe
join
your
button.
weekly
And
groceries
then you
seems
can
to
ask
subtly shift?
that
Oh,
maybe
absolutely.
Those little
discuss
changes
on
week by
this
week, they really
specific
do
thing
add up.
in
And
the
understanding them
material,
is, well,
so
it's
that you
key to
don't
making
waste time uh, on things that are not maybe very crucial for your research at the moment, or for your upcoming examination or something like that. Also, a video presentation. If I just play this one, visuals are organized in terms of presentation. So slides will be created covering the concepts in the source. So this is how they look like.
All right, let's jump right in.
So they generate up images and objects of things in the document and how they connect with each other also in the video while they discuss the material all together. I think for now I will stop at that. Maybe I'll just mention one other thing. If you want to be able to have very many documents, you can use this add button. Now, I'll not do that for this presentation, but just so you know that it's a thing you can do to have very many documents. So maybe if there are some questions or feedback regarding this tool, I can attend to that.
Any questions?
It's what I've understood is that you give this tool a document, then it summarizes it for you. And if you want an audio discussion about the contents of the document, the tool will do that for you. You click on the audio icon. If you wanted a video about the same, you click on the video icon, and the tool will generate a video with content concerning your submitted document. You must have a PDF document to upload. Go to Google type in notebook LM, and then you click on create new, and then you'll be able to submit a document, which you should have already put on your computer, most probably on your desktop. So the moment you, just like we upload any other document, the moment you upload your document, the tool will summarize it for you. And when you click on the audio icon, is on the right-hand side, besides where the summary of your document is. Then it will create an audio for you. The audio and video takes some little time to be created. And you can be monitoring how the audio and video are being created. And when they are ready, you can play them and you listen to two people discussing your work. You can also be part of the discussion by asking some questions regarding what you've submitted. It's a very, very powerful tool. I liked it.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much.
Now this one is for Google.
I had a question.
Yes.
This is Shama. I wanted to ask if I give it like more than one document, would it give me a summary of all of them combined and then it creates a presentation, or it would be just individual documents, different summaries of individual documents?
Yes, thank you. So if you give this tool 2 or more documents, it will give a summary of all the documents and how they connect with each other. So it will find common ideas between the documents and highlight them. It is the best way to be able to get over so many items at once. And it is a very good question. However, if you also want to get a summary of only one document, you can just go ahead and request for a summary of only that. So you can just use this chat area, and then you just say maybe summarize only this document, summarize only maybe document 1, depending on how you named it here. So just summarize only document, maybe 1, and then it will summarize only that. Also, you may be wondering, for audio and video overviews, is it possible to summarize only for one document and or for all? Yes. By default, it will summarize all the audio, or rather all the PDFs attached combined, exactly highlighting how they work with each other to bring out the particular research goal. However, you can also use this edit button here. There is a tiny edit button in the corner to make further modifications on how you want it to approach the documents. So I'll leave it for you to explore, but just know that in this box here, you can be able to modify, you can give very specific instructions on how it should generate an audio. Have I answered your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. Another one, I saw a hand, I had a hand. Yes, you can just unmute and talk.
Yes, my question is related to if you are using this notebook aspect to summarize your own work, in the sense that, let's imagine we have some research results, tables to be particular, and you want to have a support system in the summary of the results. So if you put in these results into this system, what is the impact of the sharing of your original data with this AI tool? Does it use this information elsewhere? Because this is not yet published work, but maybe you want to receive help with generating insights around what the trends are, what are you seeing in these results. So what's the impact of the sharing of original work with this system? Does it make my work already something that's already out there? Yeah, I think my question may not be
So
clear,
the
but
question to clarify, you are questioning the security around your documents. Won't they be exposed outside, maybe using them to retrain AI or something like that? Is that the question?
yes, my data in particular.
Oh, yes, I get your question. Now, this tool particularly, will not share your tool, your sources, your information with any other person. In fact, once you delete your chat, your notebook, it's gone for good. Even you may not be able to recover it. There are guidelines that were set for this tool to follow. So maybe if you would like to read further on the guidelines, maybe I can share with you a link later at the end of the event. That describes the guidelines to follow and what you can expect regarding the security of your information while using this tool. But to answer your question more straight, no, your information will not be shared outside this notebook. So this is not like some of those other tools that share. And now that you've mentioned, it's an important thing for each and every one of us to read the policies regarding these tools. Some of these tools have policies where terms of use, where they say that your information will automatically be used unless you disagree. So some of these tools have a setting where you have to disagree manually, otherwise it will be used. I think ChatGPT is one of them. So you can make sure that if you don't want your information to be shared, you go to settings and you remove that. But that's a topic for another day.
Thank you very much. That's well answered and also helping us look forward to reading these instructions. Most of us just say, I don't mind.
Yes, it's very common. Are there any other questions? Now, if there are no any other questions, I will just wrap up by letting you know there is a bunch of other features that come with this tool, Notebook LM, that I have not explored. In your free time later, you can, if you have some free time, if you don't have free time, you can create time and you explore what else can this tool offer. I've not mentioned regarding reports, and there's a lot of things really I haven't mentioned. So yeah, I will leave that up to you to also explore. So let me use this opportunity to invite the next presenter, unless there is any special inquiry or guidance required.
Any other questions for Juma? It was a practical exercise. How you can use AI to simplify research. You notice that notebook can take you can address issues to do with visual retail. You can create a so you can listen to the audio and the podcast wherever you want. Even if you ask questions and it can answer. But if you go to this, you see, you should know what you're doing. If you say it's the same ethics, thank you. We have the last session, another practical demonstration. This was about data analysis. It's quite technical, but I think we're thinking about this. Thank you. Thank you.
Using mine, so I take this one. Did it.
Thank you, Francis. Good afternoon to everyone. We have had very many Zoom meetings, but now we are going to have this call. Yes. Thank you, Juma, for your previous session, and also Professor Wes earlier, who gave us quite a detailed touch into artificial intelligence, and then also Professor Nabugo earlier. So mine is very simple. It's more of a wrap-up of everything that we have had today. We have discussed tools that both LF, Professor West talked about so many things. But the main question is, and I'm sure most of you are asking yourselves, how does AI do whatever it does? You know, the first time I used ChatGPT, I was also impressed. You ask a question and the answer is spot on. And you're asking yourself, how is it doing whatever it is? And you provide an image and ask for an interpretation, and it gives you something that is spot on. The question is, again, how does it do whatever it does? So my presentation is mainly going to look at data, because but data is the main brain of artificial intelligence. If you have data, then you have artificial intelligence. It's like having a car that has no fuel. Particularly, it is useless. The fuel of artificial intelligence is data. Now, you may ask yourself again, what makes AI smart? Artificial intelligence relies on huge amounts of data to learn from it and then be able to make forecasts, predictions, and also generate text. So the theme of this talk is mainly now going to data. What does this data look like? See, when we talk about data, there are two things that quickly come to our minds, I think. The first would be an Excel sheet that is seated somewhere, having columns and rows and some information scattered inside there. Or another person might even think about our usual MPs as the data. So I want us to broaden the scope of thinking about data. We have a lot of data around us that artificial intelligence is using. And if we break it down, we are going to look at, okay, if my task is asking artificial intelligence to generate for me some text, is it going to use a column or some rows that exist in an Excel sheet? Or is it going to go to social media and look for what people are posting? Or is it going to go to the web? Which type of data does it go to? So, data is the foundation of all AI systems. You put away data, you don't have AI. You give AI more data, it learns more. And it becomes smarter by the day. And that's why in different discussions, you will find people skeptical about the future of AI. Because I think I should say that it is outgrowing our expectations. We expected, like you train a dog and it turns out to be a lion. That is what AI is becoming. So the question would be, okay, how do we feed AI? And if we want to generate our own tools, like Professor West was saying this morning, how do we prepare this data in order to generate the tools that we want? Even notebook element, if I have the right data, I can design the algorithms to make sure that it reads what I'm giving it and also is able to execute my tasks. So you've seen these chatbots. You go to the website and there's a chatbot, you chat with it, it gives you information, and then you ask it, what is this company about, and it answers you. It comes from training. So that chatbot was given data, trained on data, it has learned, perfected its job, and you might think that you're actually talking to someone, yet you're just talking to an engine. Image recognition, education analytics, and so many things that can be done with data. So when someone thinks about data, what is the right approach that should come to their mind? One, we have images, that is data. We have textbooks, that is data. We have so many parts. We have qualitative, quantitative, so many things, voice notes, videos, all that is data that can be used by AI. We are going to split it into data that is well structured, that exists in columns and rows, and also data that is unstructured. So the question would be, if I give you a textbook right now, and I ask you to analyze it, can you do anything without reading? Yeah, I give you a textbook and I tell you, okay, can you analyze for me this and tell me what is inside there? But I don't want you to read it. But we can design algorithms that can read such data. It's unstructured, yes, but it doesn't mean that it is not useful. So we start with the first, which is structure. Think of a matrix. We have also done some into algebra. So think of a matrix that has rows and columns, structured in a way that we have different data types and columns. And when we talk about data types, we are saying continuous data. Which other data types exist? I was told I have students here. I don't want to ask lecturers. Where are the students? Which other data types do we have? The students are behind. Yes, which other data types do we have? They are still having lunch. Okay. So now you have dates, you have age. I have a simple example here in a table. It would be gender, CGPA, and this is data that we are using. We have seen this in our analysis, and there's so many things that we are doing. The trick of it is here. That this type of data only comprises of 20% of the data that exists in the world. So you might be having Excel sheets and CMTN with so many columns, but it is only 20%. So where is the 80%? And this is very easy to use because we know when you have columns, you can run regression, you can run machine learning models very quickly because you know there is maybe an outcome and you have variables. Very easy to use and very simple. But the challenge is with the 80%. Question would be, in your research, how often have you used the 80%? Yeah, have you done any analysis on text? Have you done any analysis on graphs? Have you done any analysis on voice notes? But they do contain very informative information. For instance, if my area of research is agriculture, does it mean that all the information that I need pertaining agriculture is only found in tables and columns? So what happens to the other 80%? It speaks to the fact that we have a lot of data, but we are not using it. If we go to this 80%, now currently there is a lot of user-generated information that exists. Talk about WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, which other ones? Yeah, I'm also getting to learn them. Which one? X. Yeah, X, originally Twitter. Yeah, Instagram, Snapchat. You see, when you look at all those tools, they are generating user information that is readily available, however, not very easy to use. Because I will pose a question. Recently, we had exhibitions in Kampala. We had, I think, potholes. Trying to remember, we had potholes, Makerere University, police, parliament, I think. And a lot of data was generated on the web. Now, I haven't seen any article that has come out analyzing that data. No, I haven't. Perhaps it came out yesterday. Does it mean that data is not important? In our traditional statistical analysis, when we are training students, we tell them that when we have a question that we want to address, sit down, design a research, study, design a questionnaire, then get money, go to the field, collect information. And after collecting information, come back and sit. Now, the information that I'm going out to collect already exists. For instance, I want people's views on potholes. They have already told me. It exists on the web, 80%. Have I used it? No. So what should we do with the 80%? What are those analytical challenges that I am referring to? Because you're not just going to go and compute a mean of text and compute a mean of images and say that on average all the images look like this. No.
Excuse me, I think the audio has gone out. Excuse me, those of us online, it seems the sound has gone off.
It's true. Yeah, exactly. That's what we are experiencing. The sound has gone out.
And he's not reading the chat.
Hello, doctor. Those of us online, the sound I think has gone off. Those of us online, the sound has gone off. Oh, okay.
Because we cannot listen, not hear anything. Please, online here we don't hear. I don't know if it's my personal problem or
Anyone who is a contact phone number of any of those staff members who are online, who are there, especially
That
administrators,
is
can call.
another thing that you really have to pay attention to. So I have data, cleaned it. The first thing is training video. Training means that I have a model, I have data, I have to make sure that I am coming up with something that is usable, and usable would be in terms of accuracy. That is why you train, you test. That is the procedure. And then you learn out for statistical patterns. You look out for the features that do exist in the data. You see, sometimes you have a data set. When, I'll give an example. It's this example that people normally talk about, that someone has two sons and they sell both of them to the market, sons or employees sell both of them to the market, and when they come back, they were sent out to establish the price of a commodity. So when they came back and gave feedback, one came and said, the price is 2,000, and they stopped at that. And the other came back and said, yes, the price is 2,000, but also there is this alternative, and there is this, and this, and that. So all these are generated from the same source. Now, that is how data is. Depends on the depth that you go. When you go deeper into the data, you're able to extract out a lot of information, as opposed to someone who stops at the mean levels, standard deviation, skewness around there, and then you learn some maybe linear regression, something of the sort. If you go deeper, you supervise, you do unsupervised learning, the insights will be incredible. So I have a question. We've talked about so many things. It's a quick one. What do you think people are saying about this university outside there? Yeah, I mean, right now, are the students back? They are still away. Yes.
I have heard people say it's for Christians only.
It's for Christians. Yes, another person. Right now, what do you think they are saying about this university? Yes.
It's very bad. They follow the physical skills of quality assurance.
Okay, quality assurance. That's another good one. Yes.
It is a unique university.
University. I like that one. Yes. Yes. There's a response here.
That's a boring environment.
It has a what?
Boring environment.
This is an external student. Chartered University. Any other response? Okay. Now, the next question is, if you're assigned the challenge of collecting data to answer this question, where would you start? You've been assigned the challenge of collecting data to answer this question. Where would you start? Yeah, response is there.
I would think I start from the ground because here at the university, because like my challenge was they say it's for Catholics and I'm a Muslim yet up here. So probably I will give the response about that.
Yes.
I would go to Google and that's it about I will research about the university and the university website.
Okay, I like that. Any other response? Yes.
I will have to ask the people who have passed through the university to hear from them what other people say about us.
Okay. It depends. It's scientific research or it's I don't know questions. I would first identify the study population who are most likely the university and its environment. That is the stakeholders. Then I do a sample using the sampling technique. I design the questionnaire, depending on the respondents. Then I go out and I collect data, analyze it, and then I will have the answer to the question.
I'm very sure you think it's statistics. Yes.
I would come to the university and ask for records. Most likely they have collected that information from them.
Okay. Reports and get information. Well, I could refine my question further, like say, what if you're given 1 day? Yeah, I've given you 1 day to answer that question to the best of your knowledge. You're going to make the sample too?
No, I will go to AI, I'm sure. AI has information about the University of Missouri. It will give me some information that I can give the other answer.
Okay. The question is still, what are people saying about university?
That is the question.
Okay, so I will give another example. I think this publication, this was done in 2011. Now, information that was used to generate this was from Google. And someone went, the authors, and they looked at what people were searching on Google within a particular area. So right now, if I come to this room and I restrict my search to this room, I can get to know what everyone is searching about on Google. So it so happens at that particular time and period, people were searching mostly about pneumonia or influenza. And these are not, even if you say that they are random searches, but find that one is looking out for a remedy, the other is looking out for particular medicine, the other is looking out for so many things, but all of them were about influenza. Now, this was used to predict an outbreak of influenza. They never went to the field, they never collected any samples, but data is readily available. Even right now, if I'm looking for Surrey University, of course, I know I ran some scripts and I know what the web is saying about the university. So even if I just go to Twitter, go to Facebook, I can find out what the students are saying. And these things, for instance, Twitter, Facebook, universities are using them to know what the students are saying. Countries are using them to know what their people are saying. I will give examples. A recent upsurge that happened, was it in Morocco? I'm getting the country, where everything started off from social media. Now, people are posting. They are posting their feelings, they are posting their attitudes, and they are posting their grievances on all these social media platforms. If I say that I'm going to look out for structured data, by the time I get it, someone who has used these advanced tools to do their research have already, or maybe has already published or something of the sort. So it's time for us to change the dimension with which we look at research. Yes, we still have the traditional that I have to go to the field, get the data, ABCD, and analyze, and I present findings. They are alternatives to the data that we have available. I could give, okay, so I know my script is not very clear. But I challenge also myself to look at what people are saying about the university, because I also not very sure. So I went and brought some things. I will just go to maybe the results. So I was particularly interested in the websites where Kisori University is being measured. And so these are the results that I got. One link, of course, I think this is University of Kisori is the title, and in the URL is unique.sc.uk. Is it unique? Okay. Yeah, that's why someone said unique. Okay. And then somewhere else, someone is mentioning Kisubi. Then our programs, University of Kisubi. Then Wikipedia, also Kisubi is there. Then there is some postgraduate something. Then OCLP Tech at Kisubi. I don't know whether this was the university or just Kisubi. Then University of Surrey, there is, I think, e-learn something. The road to world began in Uganda. And this is big Surrey. Don't know whether it's the university or in general. So I can make my search smarter and limit it only the university. And trust me, I can get to know so many things even better than the people who are here. It's a claim. It could be proven. Okay. And then I clicked on one of the websites. I clicked on one of the websites because I was interested in seeing what exactly was on that website. So I clicked on elearning.unique.ac.uk, and then I went ahead to scrape it. And yeah, I just produced a word cloud just to see in summary what people are saying about the university on that particular website. So I know that on that particular website they are talking about courses mostly. Then they are discussing journals. They are talking about learning. Then science, online, this Moodle, and then my curiosity begins from there to go deeper and see, okay, now what are they saying on those particular things? Because these are just things. So I go deeper and find out what are they saying exactly on these things. This is just a branch of, you would say, NLP, a bit natural language processing, text mining, and a mixture of so many things. Okay, so if we go back to our slides. Earlier, Professor West talked about supervised learning, unsupervised, and reinforced. So right now, you have an Excel sheet, and you have an outcome variable that you. So the easy thing will be run a linear regression model, or generalized linear model, or additive, whichever type of model it might be, and you have results. But sometimes I challenge students and I tell them, okay, can we forget about this outcome variable? Just drop it. Learn using unsupervised learning and see what the data tells you. In other words, you remove the label and see what the data tells you. So there are so many models under unsupervised learning and also reinforcement learning. I think I will not go into the details of those two. Question, what are some of the tools and programming and computational tools that we can use to generate smart things or smart data, or we generate our own AI solutions? There are quite many. One person can pick on Python and say that, yeah, I just want to learn Python, and Python plus all the related things in there. Another person would say, let me just learn R. Those are like the common tools that are used. R is more statistical, whereas Python is a bit prostatic. MATLAB can also be used, and we have this big data tools as well, Spark and MapReduce. Then Jupyter is just an interactive tool, just like RStudio and others that are related. So then how can I get a ChatGPT related solution? I have data, I am trained it using all these models. The last thing is packaging. And packaging would mean now I need to develop a back end and a front end. Back end, I have the complex things happening. Front end, I have the easy like just write somewhere and then you have a solution. That would be the end of the entire pipeline where you have a solution now. I called these open problems, and I'm strictly relating them to data. So these are data open problems. One, fairness, bias, and transparency. Missing data is also a very huge problem. I could give an example. Let's say you're from a medical field, and I know people from medicine, you have a lot of data on patients, but missing this is a very huge problem. So if I fit a model, or if I design an AI solution with a lot of missingness, it will not be as accurate as one that has complete data. So how do we bridge the gap between the data that I have currently and the complete data set that I would want to train with? That is the missing data problem. Then also sparsity, data could be sparse and also noisy. All these are data problems. Then we have limited data sets. Now, currently there is a trending research area on transfer learning. But I am doing my research in an area where I have very limited data. Let's say, I'm somewhere in Kabul trying to do a study on I would say malaria. I think even malaria is there in Kabul. So it could be a rare occurrence that I'm trying to study from Kabul. Now the idea is here that I use data from a place that is rich to a place that does not have enough data. So I'm transferring the learnings from a data-rich area to a data-poor area. That is another, okay. That is another interesting area of research that one person could undertake. The other is high-dimensional data. Now, when you think social media, you think companies like Airtel, MTN, they generate massive data. Data that might not even be able to fit on my computer. But what happens if now we are thinking high-dimensional data? I normally challenge my students and I tell them that I'm giving you an assignment, I'm giving you a data set that has 2,000 variables and let's say 2 million or 5 million observations. How would you analyze it? Data set has, did I say 2,000? Okay. 2,000 variables. Those are now 2,000 columns. And 5 million observations. How would you proceed? Would you just say, no, this is next level? And you're done with the assignment. Actually, there was a hackathon where students, you just come with your computer and you're given a data set. So they were given a high-dimensional data set, and they were told to analyze it for insights. What students normally tell me is, you're trying integration, then one, how that observation, rather 2,000 variables. How are you going to generate data from there? That is an example of a high-dimensional data set, a high NP problem, high N, high P problem. And then lastly is decolonializing these models. Some have been built, they are working perfectly. Were they built with our data? No. They are working from maybe, built from Silicon Valley, US, and China, and here we are for us just using. So there is also an open problem or area of research to make sure that we adapt these models to our settings. And I hope my students are now back. These are areas of research that could be adopted and could be taken up. Primary data is very important. But I normally discourage my students from primary data because I want to generate something that already exists. So I challenge them to go and look at other data sources that are away from structured data, formats. And firstly, the outputs are rich if you decide to go that area. To complete this, we have discussed data. We have talked about the challenges, the opportunities, and I know the university can support in this area of research. Professor West talked about having some policies on AI and related things. One thing that I have not discussed is how can I use data, how can I use AI to enhance data analysis? Now I have done it the other way around. How can I use data to enhance artificial intelligence? Because if the data is nice, models are nice, then the artificial intelligence is going to be good. The results that we have will be good. So I think that is what I had to say, unless there are questions.
So you can take first question.
Thank you very much. It looks like it's not simplified, but I have a question about the website that I have to see. Because websites have like Google Analytics. How are you going to be able to how a website that I would want to analyze with the AI to tell that most of the time it's actually so manage that information. If I had a site, for instance, and I want to know what people want to download in, which AI tool would I use to help find something?
Do I have to answer immediately or like one of them?
I think we can compare it.
Thank you very much. My question goes to like the slide before this one. You talked about programming. I don't know if I told her I don't know that the details of that slide is beyond the scope of what we are looking at today. But I completely have no idea the computational tools, program and computational tools. You kind of run through it, but I didn't speak anything. Like,
I think you can pass that resource.
When they first told me that you're going to do a session on data analysis, and they told me that we are giving you 30 minutes, they made my task very hard. It's like trying to squeeze an entire course unit in 30 minutes. It's a bit of a challenge, but these are tools. See, in number one, you have the methods. You know that there exists a logistic, some Bayesian models, boosting models. However, how do you implement them for a layman to understand all, to be able to use the data they have? That is when you need Python, you need R, you need all these other things that you're going to use to simply write a code. And in that code, you're going to embed in the methods above, make sure that they pick the data, the methods do their work behind, and then you have the interpretable results. Now, it's huge. And unless when they invite me to come back, I can leave my CV behind. And then we tackle that elephant in the room. Yeah. And then the other question was about the web scraping. Now, web scraping is one of, I should say, the methods that are used to collect information on the web. There's a paper that we wrote something back with Professor West, and by then we were just looking at information that is being generated on Twitter. Now Twitter is also web. So there are particular things that you're interested in when approaching the web. And these are the key words that you supply within your code or within your algorithm, such that when this code hits the web, it is going to only look for information that is related to that particular word. So it depends whether you localize it or you leave it to search the entire globe. That is what you will do, depending on how powerful your machine may be. So the research field that you want to get data on is what you provide, and then you get all the information that you need. I don't know whether that helps. But we can have a chat after. Yeah.
So thank you, sir, for the nice introduction. I see the situation in which our human labor is labor, what we do is related to data and AI. You mentioned that there are a lot of data outside there which is not being used. Use of the 20. So ask a question, where are the 80% while we're not using it? One of the questions, of course, is that what are the people saying about the University of Kentucky? It's my understanding that the university gets paid by ranking, standard values, spirit, vision, and history. Now that AI is taking the central stage, manipulating such quantity of data, which otherwise we could really manage to get something. We are just like in 20. I'm becoming a little curious. AI is overtaking human intelligence or human ability to do things. I wonder, in terms of our research, to ask people to sit down to research, collect information. But AI is already there. Why should I go anywhere? Just go to AI. AI doesn't give me the answer. It makes our work much easier. So there's no need for us to relax and bring everything together. Thank you, sir.
That is a very interesting question.
Anyone else with a question? We compare them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Namgiran, for your presentation. I'm interested in your choice of the example that you gave us, the tool. The one that you demonstrated and the audience was going through was the notebook 11. How would you compare that notebook 11 in terms of functionality and purpose with the sky space or perplexity, if you have used them before?
Thank you. So begin with the first one. We are also scared where AI is going. And yeah, some people have already lost jobs because I mean, you are the secretary and AI is writing better minutes than you, the job is gone. But for us in academia, we do not look at it as a should I say hindrance? We look at it as an opportunity to contribute to what AI is doing.
And that is why, particularly this session, we were looking at trying to contribute and make AI a bit smarter. Because right now where it is, yes, it's accurate, but you can't say it's 100% accurate. There are instances where what right now human can do, AI can do. And these days they have even started creating sport for robots. And they are already now competing with our own sport. And it's, yes, it's scary, but it's an opportunity for us to, and you know, AI is supposed to push us forward. If it was taking me, let's say, 2 hours, understand a model, and AI can help me understand it in 5 minutes, then why don't I use it, understand that model, and then move a bit much faster? It's more like you're in a class, you have students, and you're reading a particular equation, you're struggling with it alone. But when you ask a neighbor, the neighbor pushes you forward. So that's how I look at AI. So it's I know in some universities and university, I think there's a conference where I was, and these are traditional professors in mathematics are saying this is a social people. I mean, yeah, there are some who have not really come to the acceptance stage, but it's here, and we just need to take advantage of it. Pushes us forward. Where your job is at stake, yeah, you have to also come out and compete. What can you do more that AI cannot do? That's how I would look at it. Yeah, but yes, we don't know what is happening because you see, when we train these models and we give them data, they continue learning, and this is continuous. So that means each day they are getting smarter. They say something wrong, you correct them, they get smarter. So you reach a point and say, you know, when I was young, I used to watch movies, and there's this Terminator movie where robots were thinking on their own and doing things on their own. So we are afraid whether we are going to get there or so. There's these discussions that I think even Sam has been part of. Sam is the CEO of OpenAI, and they are discussing and saying, I think we have reached a point where we need some sort of regulations on what people are doing. Because silently, all over, people are doing research, but we don't know. You just see out of the blue, you have a new tool that is competing with, let's say, chat. And that is a scale and opportunity. Yeah. And then to get to the second question of trying to compare tools, I would say now this is a personal opinion. It's not a standard measure. Well, it depends on what you want to achieve from the type of learning that you want to do. And complexity, notebook, and there are so many others like chat PDF. You give it a PDF and you're able to, it's able to summarize for you, it's able to do analytics for you. So I would still leave it open. I will not give an orange or a mango, but I would say it depends on what exactly you want to do. I think you can manipulate the tools for your good. We haven't checked online. I don't know whether there are questions or.
Thank you for everybody for the presentation. Somebody asked me that we still have jobs that AI has cut now. give you one scenario that you shouldn't be worried that AI is taking over your work. There are things that AI can never do. Trust me on that. However, if your job is routine, you worry. If you're in finance and follow CPA standards, those are things that somebody can program and a machine can come. But the things that AI can do. Let me give you an example. You went to the restaurant for that, right? Let's assume there are two survey points. There's one where there is a human being and there's one where there's a robot, right? Now the human being has preferences, how tasty the meal was, and then the robot does the same. Where will you line up? Where will you line up? Human being or the robot? Why would you line up where the human being is? Because the human being has tasted the food, right? Thank you. However, there are scenarios where, let's assume you are at the airport and you want to go to Kampala in 1 hour. And there's a car that is self-driven by the robot and there's a human being. Well, which car would you go in? I'm certain you'll choose the one that is driven by the robot. Because the robot doesn't know walk, it doesn't. It will go on time to waste it and drop it here and that's the shortest stop. So you don't have to worry. But the recommendation is simple. Do not fight AI. It is here to stay. Find ways of coexisting with it. Add value to yourself. I'm a professional statistic. But like Frank says, we were taught how to work with the laws and policies. Things are now changed. If you go to the hospital design training, that is set at some image. Your statistical software cannot work with that. So I want to create a way to design image. So that's why we're adopting newer ways of doing things, image processes. So embrace change as it comes. You can't fight it. So I think that's a wrap up our session for today. We'll try to coexist everything within, I think, 7 hours. But for data analysis, I think that is a much broader, topic. We can't just have this in an absolute manner. We need to go back to the foundations so that actually you know when to use what model can you use anybody. The gentleman at the back heard something about secondary data. It's just a good one. There's nothing that you're going to be searching now that's never been researched about. Trust you, it doesn't exist. There is someone who has done something for it, and that is a stepping stone. So you're going to look around time asking people questions, why do you talk by homework? How many years do you have? This data is available. If you also decide all this data available. And I'm losing one ask people questions. So all the software comes with inbuilt data sets that you can use. And we're doing research is doing either a problems methodological or application domain. So I'm trying to break the image that I don't know what about the data. Why? Because the data should be the focal point. So if your research is in there's somebody who has done that work. Hospitals have a lot of data sets. I'm 64 working for sports society. So if I operate it tomorrow for data, is let me test it. Maybe I can add a value to what you have. Because you're not the first part of the folks. Some time back, I was doing something for us, and right now, if you have money, you don't clean up after go to hospital. Because that self money is unique the way it appears. So, separate from any other, and this has been proven. You think that you can local, you just need to get to know who's doing it. What is lacking is the fund. So, thank you, sister, for inviting us today. We are very happy. It's a sensitization session. We are also learning from you. We are making machines. When you give us feedback, we go back and try to get to where we are learning. Thank you. Thank you so much, our presenters for the day. May we give them another round of applause. They have done a great job.
Since morning, it has been and I want to take this opportunity to thank you all for the time you've been here since morning. It's not easy attending a workshop from morning up to evening, but you've made it. Learning never stops. We learn, we unlearn, we learn. And I'm sure you are taking home a lot. And as we come to the close of this, I would like to thank the university management for this opportunity, for allowing us to have this here, for financing this workshop. I would like to thank Sister for organizing and the team for Sister. And for morning, we had a bit about data. We had a bit about search using AI. We have had a bit about data analysis. We've learned the notebook LM, the powerful tool that can help us to analyze documents and also make us audios and videos. That was very interesting. And we've noticed, or we've noted that data is very powerful. Everything data. I always tell my students that information and data, in their absence, we can't take decisions. And when we can't take decisions, therefore, we can't have services and products in place. I always joke with them that even we, as we are in this room or in this lecture room, we are products of information. Some years back, two people exchanged information and we are here. That's how powerful information and data is. And when you look at AI,
I'm the systems
it's
administrator.
built
Once I go,
on
the system will
data.
fail and nobody will be
And
there
the
to help.
earlier we begin the customization of these AI tools and models to our setting, as a country, as a continent, the better. Then the scare bit about losing jobs because AI is here. If we fight it, it will replace us. If we learn how to work with it, we shall move forward with it. And at this moment, I would like to invite our academic registrar, Brother Pius, to come forward. Oh yeah, I've been reminded, our audience that has been virtual, thank you so much for attending. My co-facilitator, thank you so much for the good job you've done.
Welcome. Welcome, sir.
And everyone that has played a role so that we have had a successful day. I now invite our dear academic registrar, Brother Pius, to close this workshop. My name is Mare Vincent. I work with the ICT department. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. My job this evening to close the workshop. But maybe before I close the workshop, allow me, on behalf of the University of Kisubi, sincerely thank our team of facilitators that have been working with us this morning till this late evening. I think they deserve when sister came to remind me about closing this workshop, told sister that, I tried to come the workshop in the morning and I was pulled out. Oh, how do I close the workshop content I'm actually reading about? Then sister told me it is all about AI. Yes, indeed, it is all about AI, but I want to thank the facilitator because I'm sure if they did not provide adequate content to us, we would not be seated here till now. For our facilitators, when I came in a little bit in the morning, I think it was Dr. Osaka, the one delivering his presentation. I know there were some others online. And all those who have participated in facilitating this. As I say, on behalf of the university, we are very, very grateful. And people say, we'll still demand for more. When we come to you, please open your doors to us so that we can still make good use of it. Allow me again to thank Sister Celestine. I would like to thank you for your moving that side. Mr. Senyange, and all the rest of our staff who are here trying to organize this workshop. We thank you. We would also like to apologize for what didn't go right. At the time when I came in, I think the sound wasn't good enough, and I would see people moving up and down, or moving up and down to try to rectify what wasn't good. I like the computer language, troubleshooting, not trying to shoot problems. I just like that. They were trying to shoot trouble. I hope the trouble was short and things became better. Now, as the last presenter just said, that AI has come to stay and we don't have to run away from AI. I have a very interesting scenario when I was a student at a university. And I was on the executive of the Graduate Student Senate. And guess what? The students in the university began to see the books from the library faded away. And they said, you guys, what are you doing? You are our representative. Haven't you seen the books going out of the university? The university is about to close. And so we organized a very quick meeting and invited the chief librarian. And we put him to task. We have seen books of the university being faded away. What is happening? Is the university closing? And the librarian said that fading away of the books, that's what I was asked to do when I was being given a job. And I'm just doing my job because I was asked to turn the university library into a digital library. And I'm doing exactly that. So what am I trying to say? When new changes come, they come with a lot of fear. They come a lot of fear. And maybe about AI, the fear is not so much on the side of the students. Students love AI. I've seen students at this university, they love AI. But the teachers are afraid The teachers are saying now, are students going to think anymore, or AI is going to think for them? This is the kind of worry. And this worry has been there before. I remember when we were at school during our time, and then the teacher would come in the morning and say, put your heads down on the desk and you begin to recite the multiplication table. And the teacher then walks out and you are reciting the whole thing, until the teacher comes back. But when the calculators came, that is no more. And even at that time, teachers were also worried about the coming of the calculators. Now, no one is worried. The calculators are there. We will allow students to come into examination room with the calculators. So as the facilitator said, AI has come to stay, and we have only to follow suit. Today, we are told that the volume of knowledge, just think about it, the volume of knowledge outside there, the part of knowledge outside there, doubles every 2 years. Volume of the knowledge out there, doubles every 2 years. We are also told today the problem is not availability of knowledge. Knowledge is there. It's only how to access it and how to use it. That's where we are today. That's where we are today. And we are told today, no, you know you are good teachers. If you are good as mind or write on your report, work harder. Today people don't need to work harder, they only need to work smarter. If some of your teachers, they are still writing on the report form of students work hard, they don't want to have to work hard. They only have to work smarter. That is it. Just need to work smarter. So AI has come to do exactly that. Let us work smarter. Let us work smarter instead of working harder. I remember just a few months ago, marketing the university. And then we employed AI on our website. Because we can't be there all the time to answer students who want to get information about our program and what have you. And I tell you, AI can be smart. Can be smart. I remember this response we gave the students. The students wanted to know whether the University of Subi has medicine. And then I answered that, well, right now, the University of Subi does not have medicine, but it has equally a very interesting program known as Bachelor of Biomedical Sciences. Yeah, I found that very interesting. And this is making our work a lot easier, a lot easier, a lot easier. I was surprised when I came in here, there was a slide. A lot of us think this AI concept is new, but I was surprised in the 1950 thing. It's a very old thing. It's something new thing. I saw the historical background of AI. So I think, in conclusion, and I'm sure the discussants have handled this. The whole thing is for us, first of all, to know how to use the AI, when to use it, And of course, the ethical perspective is very important, and I'm sure they have covered this. Ethical perspective of AI usage is important. Once we're able to do those things, knowing how to use it and when to use it and to use it ethically, and I think we shall be on the right path. So with that, members, the members of faculty who are here, first of all, we want to thank you very, very much for sitting here the whole day and trying to be good immigrants of technology. Yes, we have the immigrants and then we have the natives. Those people born after, I don't know which year, they're native, 92? They're natives, they were born in the thing. Now, after people are not born in the thing, they're trying to get it. They're trying to get there, but they had a way, but they have no alternative. You have to get it there. So I want to thank very much the members of faculty for being here. At the same time, I want to thank the graduate students who have also put a lot of time aside to be here today. We have people learning and learning. We are told that the literates of today are not people who cannot read and write, but people who cannot learn new things. You cannot learn a new thing, you are illiterate. So I want to thank you, and I want again to thank our facilitators, the organizers, Sister Celestine, Martin Senyange, and Brooke. I want to thank you. And it's our prayer that as you go out of this room, the information that you have gathered, you are not only going to give it to yourself, you are going to share it with the others who need it, and you are going to put it good use. Good use. And those few remarks, I declare this workshop closed.
Thank you very much for academic register, Brother Dr. Klein. Now I would request Father Robert to give us a closing prayer, after which we shall go in front of the unique monument up there for a picture. We need to make sure this event is captured somewhere. Unfortunately, we have not taken a picture with our online members who have attended the workshop. However, those who are here, when we come out of here, we are going to go in front of a unique monument and take a picture. And then the members of staff, you are supposed to have a debrief in the graduate school. Members of staff, you need to have a debrief in graduate school when we finish our lecture. Thank you for coming. Father Robert, would you please stand up? Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day and forgive us our trespasses, as we also trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation. Of intelligence. You are the author of AI. And this one shows those who have come to participate it. And to use the faculties give us our hands, our eyes, our to we ask this through Christ our Lord. Mighty God bless you. Spirit. Thank you. Members to be informed that you're going to create all the resources that and graduate school is going to pass them on to you. And make sure that the register we've captured on the register. Thank you very much and wish you a good evening. Remember our photo moment. Let's go for a photo moment. Thank you.
Yes.
Extension services.
I am.
This is my seal.